winter, we decided to change the argument team, but the quality has certainly not decreased, and you will say a few words after we introduce the festival. The festival started yesterday with the Total Blitz cruise, but officially the Open starts today. And along the Open, other parallel events will exist. In particular, on Sunday, we have the Queen's Blitz event, Women and Girls Blitz tournament, that is still open for registration, so if you want to participate, please register. On Tuesday, we also have the Maia Rapid Cup, which is a rapid tournament with still open registrations as well. And on that same day, Tuesday night, we have the Maia Chess party, kind of sunset, very casual with food and drink here in the Maia and the Jade as well, that you are free to come, we invite you to come. And also, in two of the days, we have master classes free to attend here in the auditorium as well, with Grandmaster Juan Galón and our Mama.
Entretanto, agora vou passar aqui a palavra ao vereador Hernando Ribeiro, que vai dizer umas palavrinhas.
Okay, good afternoon everybody. I will try to speak in English, I hope you understand me. And in the name of the city of Maia, I want to give all of you a big welcome. I hope you like our city. You are welcome to come back every time. We love you for sure. We like very much to host this tournament because it's a very good way to promote chess. We have in Maia Academia de Xadrez da Maia, who does a great job with our kids and youngsters. And with this tournament and other activities, we make chess to be promoted to our kids, to our youth, to our community. We hope this tournament achieves all their goals, and I hope you all have a great tournament and both of you achieve your goals. Have a nice tournament, have a nice stay in Maia. Like I said, we like very much to welcome you here in our city. Thank you.
Antes de passar ao arte-chefe para dar umas palavras, este ano vamos iniciar uma prova nova, que é torneio de equipas. Torneio de equipas, que este ano vamos ter quatro equipas e vamos fazer o sorteio rapidamente aqui. Vai haver uma semifinal e uma final e vamos fazer um sorteio em que eu tenho aqui as quatro equipas e vou passar aqui aos nossos excelentíssimos representantes para escolherem aqui as equipas.
Okay, so this year we have a new event, the Maia Team Cup, where on some of the mornings, 4 teams will compete with each other in the team events, and we'll do the drawing of lots now. We'll ask for the representatives of each team to come over and decide the matches. First game white, those two. The second Norwegian team plays white against Portugal. Second game the Turkish team of Mamadov and his students plays white against the first Norwegian team.
I'll bring my backpack. Do you need to?
Simon,
I'll bring my laptop there as well. Yeah.
He's the first year he's here. He brings a big group of players. I hope you enjoy it. Yes, I think you enjoyed it. You want to say some more?
It's a great pleasure to be here. So everything has been perfect so far. I hope it will be so in the next week as well. I'm sure it will.
Okay. Now, Marco will tell about the rules and about this tournament.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Marco Biagioli. I am the chief arbiter. Before we start, I will give you some technical information, but we all have to administer another drawing of lot because we have to decide who will, what color will play the number one of the tournament now. So I have here one white pawn and one black pawn, and our friend from the municipality will help us to administer another drawing of lot. Okay, so number one seeded in each tournament, Masters and under 2000, will play with white. The other pawn was black. Thank you very much. And now going to some practical information. So both tournaments are playing with 90 minutes plus for the first 40 moves, plus 30 minutes second period and 30 seconds bonus increment from move 1. We are playing with a waiting time of 30 minutes, so players who will not be at their boards within 30 minutes from the start of the round will lose their game. And we also have a draw restriction rule, so you cannot agree on a draw before 30 moves. In case you believe that before 30 moves you have a threefold repetition or case, you cannot just agree even this one with your opponent, but just call an arbiter and the arbiters will check it. And if it is the case, will award the draw. We are having games on broadcast in Chess.com and in Chess, 31 games from the Master event and 15 games from the Under 2000 event with a delay of 15 minutes in the broadcast, but as well as we have some of our friends, the streamers, playing here, so if you happen to be paired against some of them, you will have an assigned fixed board and you will be broadcast worldwide, so you have the chance to show your ability to the whole audience. Finally, please be careful that we have a severe anti-cheating policy, so you will be scanned upon entrance every round, except this one because of course we are having an opening ceremony, so at this round we are not being scanned, but you cannot play with any electronic device on you. So if you have one because you came to this ceremony, you can go downstairs where there is the reception and leave them before we start, because after we have started the games, anyone who will be found with an electronic device with them will lose. Even 100 place in the big hall where is the entrance, and the remaining boards are in the corridor after the big hall. The entrance and the remaining boards are in the corridor after the big hall. To the left, there are two small rooms where the other games are located. Thank you. We will now round the pairings and start very soon. Enjoy the football.
Just a moment, please. We have a surprise here for our representatives. Now they are part of our team, and they have time to practice. Please.
Once again, wish to thank you all for coming, and the game's beginning.
Yes, am I I'm playing with Black?
Yes, you very glad.
Okay, great.
Yes,
Okay.
you white.
Hello, so good to meet you. Play against the person. Hi. Yes. Oh my gosh, nice to meet you. Oh, you're Betty. Nice to meet you. Oh my gosh.
Hello everyone, how's it going? This is round one of Maia. Oh my goodness, we've got Phoebe and Alex playing at the same time. This is gonna be such a fun event, such a fun tournament. So many streamers, classical chess. I don't even know how many rounds it's gonna be, but I do know it's gonna be a lot of fun. So I'm looking forward to it. We already have a lot of people tuning in. We've got the hype building, the excitement is brewing. 9 rounds. Okay, I'm learning as we're going here. Shout out to Arrow, who I believe will be commentating in the next round. If I am allowed to leak some commentators coming up. They've got a stacked lineup. This is going to be my only round commentating, I believe. So we're starting off here, and it's only going to get better as we keep going. Anyways, the DGT boards are apparently delayed 15 minutes. This is a standard fair play measurement for most classical tournaments. With that being said, that does mean that I'm going to have to pause the camera feed when they start playing. No spoilers. So that also means I'm gonna have to try my best to entertain you guys for 15 minutes. What's up, Wilder? I'm doing well. How are you? Hello to Rixel, Pizza Racer, DJ. And yeah, we've got all the usuals. Just the Twitch chatter. Oh, it's in the Discord. Okay. Some great jokes while waiting. Oofda. I mean that's a pretty good joke. Man. I don't think I've prepared. Oh, he's adjusting the pieces. Usually you just adjust your own pieces. So we'll see if Phoebe comes and adjusts them back herself. She probably doesn't even notice that they were adjusted. I like to not adjust my pieces for the most part. I mean, if it's really bad, I might. But also, I feel like it bothers my opponent more than it bothers me, which is just kind of funny. Hi, Dirkia. Is it Alex's partner anniversary? That's amazing. What a way to start off the tournament. Tuesday's not leaked yet. Wow, is that an HD Kappa? That's real fancy. Psychological warfare, exactly. Because I'm just a chill guy. The pieces can be off center and it doesn't bother me, but it bothers them. And then they'll want to adjust my pieces. You have both of them in your fantasy team? You have a fantasy team for chess for this tournament specifically? Do you have any other players? Can you explain? Did you draft them? Are you in a league? I have so many questions. Did you put money on it? I don't even know the ratings of their opponents for this pairing. Oh, D-Mans, you're mistaken. But I appreciate the compliment. Will Alex play the London or not? That's a great question. I don't know. Is it likely? You put 4 Kappas there. That's a lot of Kappa. Maybe we'll do a poll. Or maybe even better, a prediction. Although apparently Dutch viewers can't predict in Twitch chat, as it's been deemed as gambling, I suppose, by the authorities. But, you know, the channel points are definitely worth a lot. Ooh, Phoebe's still in the chat. You remember me from the Collegiate Chess League. Did you play in the Collegiate Chess League? We should be announcing the upcoming season next week. Ooh, Derp with the ratings in the chat. Oh, and Dirkia even has a command set up. Wow, that's amazing. Well, it looks like they're playing up this first round, which makes sense. But that's a great opportunity to get an upset win and some juicy rating points. Ooh, I see Alex is taking a seat. We've got the Alex cam set up now. It feels like we're spying a little bit. Is Alex cold? She put her jacket on, so we can presume. Perhaps. Thank you, Rookie, for the sub. What's K40? Ice in her veins. Yeah, we have Alex at the board and Phoebe's opponent at the board. I'll give you guys a sneak peek preview of what the scene is gonna look like. Or should I do it? I don't know. I don't think it's that big of a deal. Oh, Phoebe's returning. Here's what both cameras together is gonna look like. But yeah, any second now I'm gonna have to pause the camera feed because we don't want any spoilers, and we have to wait for the DGT boards. So their two boards will be next to me on both sides, right underneath their cameras. That's the goal. That's the setup, the idea, the vision, if you will. Hopefully you guys can see it. And then we've got the full view for both Phoebe's camera and Alex's camera. And then I'll have a setup for focusing on one board at a time. And that's what it takes to commentate two classical games at the same time. You need to change the prediction. Yeah, they both have black pieces here in round one, it looks like. Time control is 90 plus 30 plus 30, which I could explain to you what 90 plus 30 is. That's 90 minutes with 30-second increment. What the second plus 30 is, I have to speculate, as I'm not entirely sure. Is it 15-minute delay as usual? It will be. Right now it's live, but before they start the games, we're gonna have to stop it, and then I'm gonna have to try to entertain you guys for 15 minutes while we wait. 30 extra minutes after 40 moves. That's what I was thinking, but I wasn't sure. Is it plus 30 or slash 30? There's a difference. I think it's plus 30, and I'll say that along with the caveat that I don't know what slash 30 is. What's slash 30? Can we know a little bit about the Chess Festival? How has it attracted so many Twitch users? Well, apparently, if my memory serves correctly, a lot of these streamers played in it last year. And so a lot of streamers streamed their games, and it just sort of drew attention that way. And I think they had a lot of fun, which is, for some people, the most important factor. Probably Chelato. Hello, Fast Snail. Alex won last year. How did she do? I like this guy's shirt. It kind of looks like a jersey almost. It's like he's on the national team or something. Was this not Alex's first tournament here last year? I believe that's true of the... Apparently Maia's in Portugal. Phoebe is playing, yes. Imagine if Phoebe and Alex played against each other. That'd be fun. That would make my life a little bit easier. Ooh, we see Alex's opponent now. And it looks like they're making some sort of announcement. Yeah, Alex's opponent looks pretty young. Oh, swapping some pawn. Oh yeah, look at that pawn closest to us. Oh, I have to pause everything. Ah, we gotta move. Wait. Sorry, guys. We already know White's move. What move is that? Now we can use the next 15 minutes to completely hypothesize Alex's response. to this first move. Looks like d4, the queen's pawn opening. Potentially a London system, depending on what Alex plays. Or we could do a poll for the next 15 minutes to see what Alex's next move is going to be. Even younger than Sam. That's saying something, for sure. 2 boards seems more to talk about for commentators, right? That's certainly true. 2 is greater than 1. That gives us 2 games to talk about. That's double the number of games I'd be talking about if I was just commentating 1 game. You're thinking she's going to play e5 against d4? That'd be crazy. What is that? Is that the England gambit? I don't even know. I don't even know what gambit that is. Yeah, you guys just have me for 15 minutes. We could use this as an AMA. Fit enough for long battles. You think this will be a long one for both these players? Long, hard-fought match for Phoebe and Alex. I hope I'm up to the task. It's been a while. When was the last time I commentated classical? I don't even remember. I just remember I played 2 months ago back in Vegas. What's my favorite coastal town in Chile? I don't even know. I mean, I've never been. I've never been to South America. The farthest south I've been is, I think, Cancun. But that's in Mexico. It is a coastal city, though. Is the Dutch an option? Hayden, that's a good question. I feel like I should know. What's my favorite tournament that I've played this year? I mean, I've only played in... Well, okay, I was going to say classical would be the National Open in Vegas, but my favorite tournament I played in was just last month. It wasn't classical, though. It was the Naroditsky Memorial, Rapid and Blitz. And now that I'm talking about it, I might as well show you guys this poster that I got there, that I got signed by a ton of people. Here, let me full cam this here. I got it signed by pretty much everyone. This big one here in the middle, that's Sindarov, who won both the Rapid and the Blitz. You could see Andrea Botes here. Like, some of the names are pretty recognizable. Right on the face, that's John Bartholomew, the winner of the Creator Tournament. I got Hikaru somewhere. You can see Eric Rosen right here. Nice and neat. Jay Dizzy. That's, I think that's Antonio Padron of the Chess Sharks. This one might be my favorite. It's actually not easy to guess. Oh, there's Alex Botes. But yeah, let me know if you guys have any guesses on who that is. That's probably the only player there that I was really kind of starstruck by, to be honest. I got some at the bottom. Here's a Houseline. I got Houseline. I met Houseline for the first time in my life, which was really awesome. We've got Tushi, who's playing in this tournament. That's Tushar Anand, also known as Goofy Chess. But yeah, the only B name you know there was Boris Gelfand. So I did get Boris's signature. But yeah, great shout out from DZ89. It is Vasil Ivanchuk, which I didn't realize that in Russian, I guess they sign their names with the letter B. um, for Vasil. Kind of cool, if you ask me. Anyways, so yeah, that was definitely my favorite tournament of the year so far. Yeah, Ivanchuk is a very emotional player. Yeah, Derp, we had Cigar Shah from Chess Base India. What's up, PMD? Shout out to PMD hosting the Streamer Speed Chess Championship, which I competed in. That's maybe a close second for favorite tournaments that I played in. Although that one didn't last very long for me. That one was just one round, and then I was gone at the hands of famous streamer, not Jewel. That was kind of a close match. I was ahead in the blitz, and then in the bullet he swept me 4-0. And then he eventually lost to Maia Chess, who beat him in overtime. They were tied 7.5 to 7.5, and then she took the tiebreaker in bullet. So she's going to go to the finals. I don't know if the other semifinal match concluded. I think it's Sveta versus someone. W looks like B. Okay. PMD, yeah, I mean, always a busy guy. Sveta and Anna Quintana, that's right. Will Danya Memorial return next year? Yeah, they're planning on making it annual. So this year they had it during the 4th of July weekend. Next year they'll probably find a new weekend for it, but who knows? It's coming up soon, Pizza Racer. Okay. I will keep my eyes out for that. That'll be an exciting one. Yeah, in the meantime, I'm just waiting for their games to pop up. So I don't know how long it's been. It's probably been like 40 seconds. So I hear the longer you look at the clock, the longer it takes. Do I have a link to the chess results? P and Jank. I actually believe I do. To my knowledge, I think Derp might have already put it. I was gonna put the chess.com events page, perhaps. First move should be in soon. Well, it's apparently delayed 15 minutes, so I don't know how many minutes it's been, but I think we still have quite a few minutes left. Also, I'm gonna take my headphones off. I'm not listening to anything exactly, but here we'll bring back the view of the playing hall. It looks like they're in this theater. And they're playing at the top. Maybe a section just for streamers. Around 8 minutes, so we're almost halfway done. I talked about Vegas briefly, the Naroditsky Memorial. Oh, it conflicted with the World Open. Was that in Philadelphia? I feel like 4th of July as a holiday is kind of interesting to conflict with a chess tournament. The fact that 2 chess tournaments did it at the same time is kind of, I want to say it's unique. I don't know if the World Open is always 4th of July. Oh, the last 50 years. Okay. So it looks like there's a pattern. Coffee or tea? You know, I have water. I have this glass of water that's there was ice. Maybe a not so fun fact, the AC here is unfortunately broken. So, and it happened just today, of all days. So it's hot, but I have this cup of water That was a free hydrate for you guys, just for Durkia, really. Although it wasn't coffee nor tea, but it's the best alternative I can give you. Most times tournaments are on holiday weekends, so people don't have to miss work. That's fair. You have cookies, Pizza Racer. What kind of cookies? Are they chocolate chip? Only under 2,000 allowed to play. I don't think that's true. I think they have a master section or an open section. Probably. I assume. Yeah, it looks like they have a master section. Lee Chess says it'll start in 4 minutes. Ooh, it's getting closer. Ooh, they are chocolate chip. Okay. Are they homemade? I haven't made cookies in a long time. I should make some. Cookies sound great. Yeah, we were waiting. The games have technically started, but the broadcast is going to be delayed for fair play. That's why, yeah, no, I assumed he would sign it in his native language. I just don't know the characters. So I didn't know that the V was a B. You made them an hour ago? Oh man, so they're fresh. Do you guys like to eat the cookie dough? I feel like it's a potentially controversial take, whether or not people like eating cookie dough or not. I personally like cookie dough, but some people are like, ew, it has raw eggs in it. But I don't know. I think it's fine. Is raw cookie dough even edible? You eat anything? What's up, Physic? I don't even know what language that is. Do we think both are going to do well at Maia? Of course. Yes. Raw flour, not so much? Okay. That's not stopping me, though. Oh, it's German. Oh, congratulating Alex on her partner anniversary. Cookie pick. Yeah, is it in Discord? Alright, I'm still not seeing the games. I'm assuming they'll populate soon. Hopefully. Okay, Physic, enjoy your lurk. Hello, Need for Speed Chess. The games are not up yet, but they will be soon. Presumably. And yeah, once the games are populated, then I can add them on stream. Thank you, Repalubo. Alright, shall I look at the cookie pick? Ooh, those look good. Is that some sprinkled salt on them? Those look big. I don't know. I mean, maybe it's like a close-up pick, but those are some chunky cookies. Massive W. Oh, we have moves. Okay. Get in position, people. Everyone act calm. Hold on, I'm not seeing any games. Oh, I see the Masters section. Hold on, are they in the under two? Oh, they are. Hold on. Ah, 1 second. 1 second, people. Okay, I'm gonna have to... I was looking at the streamer section. How could I? How could I have done that? That mistake. What a rookie mistake I was doing. Okay, hold on. We will have to start the cameras. Oh my goodness. We're gonna have to sync. We're gonna have to sync the cameras to the boards. All right, so the boards are quite ahead. We're going to skip ahead a little bit here. So, okay, so we have d4, d5 from Alex. Queen's Gambit accepted. I feel so bad that I'm skipping through all of this, but that's going to be okay. How much did I miss? Oh, we're getting some photography. All right, let me focus on Phoebe's game here. So Phoebe's position. We've got a pin on her knight. Pawn push. Knight's moving back. Is this the live position? Oh, did I skip too far ahead? No. All right, and Phoebe pushes c5. There it is. All right. Now, if I really wanted to, I could try to sync the clocks together too, but as long as the position is good, I feel like we're good for now. Hi, Ollie. Who let Phoebe play the French? No one needs to allow Phoebe. Phoebe is her own master. She controls her destiny. But okay. How's it looking, guys? I feel like it's pretty good. I feel like we're looking good here, guys. Thank you, Need. We're great. You're great, Dirk. Yeah. Alex looks comfortable in her theory. Okay, Phoebe's game. We have a question mark move. Oh my goodness. Could that mean that Phoebe's winning? Guys, I don't know how to tell you this, so I'll just say it. 7 moves into the game, Phoebe's playing at a 100% accuracy. And with this last mistake, Phoebe's opponent accuracy drops to 86.4%. She's absolutely dominating in the percentage category, and we're not even 10 moves deep. Phoebe's already got the opponent shaking. Maybe not shaking, but okay, knight to b5. Question mark move here from Phoebe's opponent. Also, I'm gonna flip the boards so we see them from our heroes' perspectives. Yeah, Phoebe's position, it's kind of interesting because the opponent is looking for some checks, right? There's a threat of taking the bishop, and if queen takes, there's going to be this knight fork hitting both the king and the rook. And otherwise, knight here is a very annoying check because the king is forced to move. We can't take the knight because our bishop is pinned to the queen. So this is a strong threat. If we give this check, it's not quite a fork because the knight is protected by the bishop. So Phoebe castles. This is actually a blunder, unfortunately. So yeah, apparently the only move here is to play the move f6, which is not what Ben Feingold likes to hear, but it is the best move here. We're attacking this bishop, breaking this pin, and our queen cannot defend both bishop and this fork. Well, it's not a fork anymore now that the king is castled, but the rook will be trapped in the corner. So the good news is the knight will be trapped, and Phoebe can get some pawns perhaps in the center. And maybe she can get a pawn for an exchange. She's going to have to get that knight out of the corner. But let's see. Opponent hasn't captured just yet, so it's possible they don't play it, although I suspect they probably will. But yeah, they're taking their sweet time. We're very early into this game. Phoebe's accuracy went from 100% to 81.7, unfortunately. So we could be in for a wild ride here. We could see some ups and downs. But yeah, Phoebe's potentially losing the exchange already here. She just castled. Yeah, opponent has traded bishops. Camera feed might be a little ahead. Or I guess the board, technically. So let me try to sync it again. Oh, behind. That actually makes so much more sense. Yeah, let's fast forward it. My apologies. All right, let's look at, let's see how Phoebe's doing. Or not Phoebe, Alex. Yeah, Phoebe takes back, and now opponent finds the rook in the corner. So Phoebe is losing an exchange at least. And yeah, she already looks disappointed, to be honest. Unfortunate start. And now Phoebe's going to have to think the best way to move forward here to get the knight back. Not letting the knight get out unscathed. All right. Let's look at Alex's board and see if there's better news. So it is Alex's turn. Is she 1800 FIDE? So Alex, I believe, is 1688, and she's playing against a younger opponent here that is apparently 1928 FIDE. So it looks like Alex grabs this pawn here in the center. A decent move. Yeah, Phoebe's FIDE is about 1560, I believe. And her opponent is over 1800. So potentially some tough pairings here, but it is round 1, so it makes sense. Depending on your rating, you're going to have to play stronger opponents in the first round. So, all right, so Phoebe decided to develop her knight, and opponent takes the rook, as we were expecting. But now she should be able to take on d4 and maybe even e5 as well. The question, though, is can she control this knight from escaping? See, Alex took on d4 and her opponent just developed the bishop, looking to get castled. Looks like Alex is deep in thought. On the clock. Alex has no pieces developed. It's been all pawn moves. Well, they traded a pair of bishops, but Alex needs to start getting some pieces involved. Maybe bringing the knights out. Hello, Newt. This is Alex's first deep think. I wouldn't necessarily say deep think. They've only spent about 3 minutes on their clocks, both players. Okay, Phoebe brings her queen back. She's trapping the knight. She's making sure the knight doesn't escape. Phoebe, this could be all part of her master plan. She's actually seemingly quite calm now. I think initially she was sad, but now she's accepted the loss and she is not giving up. She's staying strong. She's going to stay focused. She's going to make the most out of it. Especially once she gets the knight back. It's still a fight. Still a game, for sure. An exchange is nothing. Really, at the end of the day. I mean, it could have even been intentional, dare I say. I mean, Phoebe, she was at 100% accuracy, but that leads me to believe that it's definitely a line that she must have seen in her preparation. I wouldn't put it past her, that's for sure. This could be a sideline. The rook exchange sideline variation. Opponent has made connect 4 with the pawns. That looks pretty good. That's pretty strong. Phoebe could do the same. The counter connect 4 sideline. Does it mean he's winning? Not quite. Not quite winning. It's a different board game, different rules. So you still need to get checkmate. Phoebe, it's very far from checkmate. Game is far from over. Alex is still thinking. Alex's opponent has left the board as well, perhaps sensing Alex's deep think. When my opponent leaves, I actually like to play faster. Because I'm like, they're not even here. How can they think if it's not even registered yet? They don't even know what move I made. And then if I play while they're gone, they think that like they can't leave for too long, you know, they can't get comfortable. They got to stick around. I can't let my opponent dilly-dally, you know, who knows what they're up and off to. Probably looking at other games or using the restroom or something. Or reading a book. Although I don't know if that's legal, if that's allowed. All right, Phoebe gets up. So Phoebe's made her move, and now she gets up. She's signaling to her opponent, your knight is trapped. And I feel comfortable. So I'm going to get up while it's your turn. So Phoebe's implementing the same strategy and tactics that Alex's opponent is doing. The old get up and walk away while it's my opponent's turn. Alex's opponent has returned, though. And it's still Alex's turn. Yeah, this could end up being a long thing for Alex, for sure. And yeah, I don't remember the last time either of these players have played Classical. But the first round is a lot trickier, I feel like, if you're not warmed up, you know. Because for the most part, for me at least, I'm playing online speed chess. 5-minute games, 1-minute games, blitz and bullet, just going really fast. And it's hard to get into the rhythm if you just go straight into it. The timing can be really hard to get down. So Phoebe's position, opponent played what the computer said was a mistake, but the only real response was f6, which is a very sensitive move. It's also very timely. And Phoebe maybe just played a little quickly, didn't realize the stakes of the position. Castled, which is a very natural, normal, and oftentimes healthy development move. But in that situation, the queen was overloaded. Her last event was Amsterdam Chess Festival. When was that? What's up, Grobberino? The honor is all mine to have you guys in chat, tuning in, hanging out, showing your support. It's very much appreciated. Phoebe's opponent might sack the knight for the pawn. Potentially. Early July, okay. Phoebe played in Finland. That's also true. So Phoebe's been playing. I wonder if Alex is gonna play any second now. I feel like it's gonna be a couple more minutes, to be honest. It's kind of a scary position to look at. I mean, it's still equal, but White just feels like they have so much more development. Okay, meanwhile, it looks like Phoebe has returned. But yeah, like Alex, she's got no pieces out. White has 3 pieces out, and White's ready to castle. So Alex needs to get the pieces out. Alex is up a pawn, technically. So that's kind of neat. But yeah, someone had pointed out Queen B3 as an issue for Alex's position. Just a quick attack on the F7 pawn. But to me, it looks like you could defend that with the queen, at least. So, yeah, Alex, she's burning some time here. Meanwhile, Phoebe, she wasn't even at the board. Her opponent moved, and she's already back and has made her move fast. And in the next 10 seconds, Phoebe's actually going to be up on time. So I think that's Phoebe's real-time strategy developing right before our very own eyes. Phoebe's opponent also just a bunch of pawns out. No pieces, really. And Phoebe, meanwhile, she's fianchettoed her bishop. She is now ready to take the knight back. So this could be the opportunity. We could see White sacking the knight for a pawn. The computer doesn't even say to do that, which is kind of interesting, to be honest. Man, Alex is in a deep think, man. Okay, wow. Phoebe's opponent doesn't even take the pawn. Just develops a knight. Pretty solid. Like, honestly, a little surprising. I'm not entirely sure, like, if White takes, there's, I guess, Queen takes, and you're just helping Black develop, I suppose. So instead, just focusing on their development, bringing other pieces in the game. And now the Queen, assuming Phoebe takes back with the Queen, is going to be in the corner, as opposed to being up on B6, developing with a tempo against one of White's pawns. So, yeah, White not being super materialistic, saying, hey, I'm already up in exchange. That's going to be good enough. So we'll see. Knight here, and there's a pawn here is kind of interesting. I'm wondering if the knight is maybe going to try for some fishing pole tricks here. This is a very common sort of setup when you have the knight, the rook, the queen, and the pawn all working together to try to muster up an attack against the king side. But Phoebe certainly will be taking the knight now. And Alex kind of has to move at some point. She's spent over 12 minutes so far, I think, on this move. I don't think this is such a critical time. Still sort of early in the developmental stage of the game. Of course, you still have to be cautious, especially when you're behind in development. There's always tactics and tricks and things you have to look out for. Yeah, Alex leaning back, folding her arms. She does not look... Oh my gosh. Just as I was about to say it, she proves me wrong. I mean, I've seen, many chess games in my day. But usually players are like leaning forward when they make their move. Alex, she leaned backwards. And she crossed her arms. And then she just pounced. She's made her move, knight to f6. And this is a very normal move because she's developing a piece towards the center and she's preparing to castle, which is just beautiful. And of course, she immediately leaves. And now her opponent, head in their hands, leaning forward, looking over. And if I was white against Alex and Alex spent 12 minutes on that move, I would love to just like have a move prepped already. So like if she just castled like pretty much instantly, I mean, I don't know if that sends a signal or puts pressure back on Alex, but Alex like got up from the board immediately. I think like if I was Alex and I got up from the board as soon as I made my move and then I saw my opponent already castling, I'd be like, shoot, man, they're playing so fast. Especially after you just thought for 12 minutes. I'd be like, dang, it's going to be like that, I guess. Okay. All right, yeah, the cameras are... I think I saw Alex getting back on Phoebe's camera. I think Alex is like to the back of Phoebe's opponent. So what does that tell me? Maybe I have to fast forward Alex's camera a little bit. Hello, Mazur. What's the continuation after white plays e5? So e5 is a very natural looking move. It just dislodges the knight that we just developed. And I think the knight needs to move, of course. So, I mean, you could think about pinning the pawn to the king, but white will just simply castle. And then we'll have to move the knight eventually. So it's probably best to move the knight immediately. And there's a couple options. You can go back to d7. You can go forward to g4, actually, which is a little annoying. If the opponent kicks your knight away again, you're going to have to go to h6, actually. And the knight could have gone to h6 immediately, but that would just kind of be a ridiculous move. But if you go to f6 and you get attacked twice, you can at least say you induced some pawn pushes. And now you have the f5 square available, which before it wasn't if this pawn stays on e4. If you go to d5, your pawn is loose, so probably white will just claim that pawn back. That wouldn't be great. We've got all four players at their boards. Looks like Phoebe's opponent has just developed a piece. Honestly, I'm a fan. Bishop to d3. Beautiful square for that bishop, just pointing right at Phoebe's king. And there's already hints, concerns even for Greek gifts. I don't know if anyone here has watched The Odyssey recently, but I watched it last week, and the whole time I was like, man, what a Greek gift. That was the night sacrifice. I mean, oh my goodness. You watched it, Dirkia? You haven't seen it, Pizza Racer? Okay, no spoilers. But yeah, Phoebe's opponent could spoil it with a Greek gift here. We could see a Greek tragedy on Phoebe's board. This is another one of these critical moments where Phoebe really has to watch out for what her opponent is potentially cooking up on the king side. So the best move here is f5, allowing for en passant, but we can take back with the knight. But really, we're just trying to watch out for this sacrifice. Another good move here is h6. Very solid. h6, and there's still ideas of knight g5. Kind of worrisome. The good news about knight g5 is we don't have to do anything. We don't have to take it. So, yeah, potentially a concerning position for Phoebe. She's already down material. But if it's bad now, it could be a lot worse. If Phoebe, like, let's say Phoebe does a nothing move. Computer's just calling for castling. But okay, now it's saying, yeah, bishop takes h7, check. There's also this move queen e2, which is very slow, to be honest. Yeah, even this move f6, it still likes castling. But yeah, she needed f6 earlier before knight c7 was allowed. Hello, plotter. It could be worse, Derp. That's my secret to positivity. Okay, looks like Phoebe has made her move. She has played f6, which I honestly am a fan of, because she can open the f file for her rook. But mainly, she's watching out for any knight g5 threats. And if there's a capture, the knight takes, the knight defends h7. So I'm almost positive white will not be capturing on f6. You could even take with the queen, and there's a lot of pressure on the f-file. And castling will weaken this pawn as well, potentially. You think the bishop sacrifice should be played for Phoebe's opponent? I mean, I'd be happy to see that. It'd be both good for Phoebe and exciting to watch. So bishop takes would not be the best move. Opponent could sack 2 pieces. This would be disastrous, though, for us. White has to find queen h5 here. No other move. If you play something like this, it doesn't work anymore. Rook f5 is the saving move for Phoebe. But I think we're getting ahead of ourselves here. A little too soon. But honestly, that's a fun line to calculate. That is certainly a possibility, I'll say. Opponent could do it. Opponent should calculate it. You should always calculate checks. According to the engine, it's not one of the top 3 best moves. Best move is just simply castling, which is a very solid, safe move. But we've seen the opponent make some gambles, perhaps. So Phoebe could be luring the opponent into a false sense of security. Meanwhile, Alex's game. Alex's opponent has played e5. Yeah, we need to fast forward the video a little bit. So yeah, Alex is going to have to move the knight. So yeah, opponent didn't want to just castle immediately, which I thought would be a solid move. But this makes a lot of sense, just immediately putting pressure. And Alex certainly thought of this. I mean, she thought for a while before playing this move. And the e-pawn is already there, just ready to attack. So when you have no pieces developed and you can move out both knights, you have to weigh these ideas. In fact, yeah, Alex is thinking. I was gonna look at this position here. It does prefer knight c6 compared to knight f6. In fact, the computer's even saying knight h6 is a move. And it also likes queen f6 as well, which I'm not a fan of queen f6, to be honest. But it's saying that's the second best move. But it certainly likes knight to c6 better than knight f6. The problem with knight c6 is maybe we would like to push our pawn, or also maybe we'd like to castle. So there's good incentive to move this knight. The problem with moving this knight is that it can get kicked, which is exactly what has happened. So now the knight, going from its starting square, is being forced to move twice, which might not be so bad. So computer, we mentioned a few ideas already. We haven't looked at knight h5, but computer likes knight h5 now. Yeah, otherwise it's saying knight d5. I feel like there's a good chance she's going to go to d7. But knight d7, and there's this idea of e6, which can be annoying. All right, what happened in the... Okay, Phoebe's opponent's still thinking. Yeah, maybe they're thinking about that bishop sacrifice still. Yeah, in Alex's game, knight h5, you are leaving your knight vulnerable. Opposite the queen as well, there could be some knight move. And you immediately have to calculate, what if they just attack? Well, our bishop covers this, but even if their pawn was defended, the knight could hop into f4, which would be a great square, to be honest, controlling some checking squares, and can retreat to some convenient locations. So knight h5 is not that bad. You do have to be aware of certain tactics. So yeah, the computer likes knight h5. I get this feeling that knight d7, we'll see. e6, queen e7, castles, pawn takes, and there's this nasty move, bishop takes. Can I see what Tushar said? Oh, Tushar played. Oh, man. That might be hard. I already have 2 boards. I might have to look at it on my own. Do you want it on stream? Yeah, knight d7 would be a quick way to go wrong in Alex's position, unfortunately. We'll see how long this move takes her. She spent about 12 minutes on the previous move. She's at about 6 minutes now on this thing. All right, I'll look at Tushar's game. Do you want it on stream? On my own? All right, where's this? Here it is. Wow, that position doesn't look great. Oh boy. He's memeing. Dang. I would feel pretty bad if I was his opponent. The disrespect. Honestly, it's not so bad, I feel. So yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on how that develops. You're from Portugal. Hello. Welcome. Are you near Maia? You think she should have played knight c6 instead of knight f6? Yeah, I mean, that's a very fair criticism, because now she's dealing with her knight on f6 being attacked by the pawn on e5. So in a lot of positions, in certain openings, you will see this thematic push in the center. And in some lines, you still have your d-pawn. You can counterattack the bishop, but Alex has already pushed her d-pawn, and she doesn't have that same attacking idea in the center. There's lines where you give up the knight, you give up the pawn, you play rook g8, and you'll get this pawn back, and it's fine. In this position, we're going to have to move the knight, one way or the other. So she can pin the pawn momentarily for now, but the opponent will castle, and the knight will have to find a new home. So Alex is deciding where that home should be. We most certainly should not go to g8, but we also shouldn't go to d7. Likely, if knight d7, we'll see this pawn push yet again, opening both the file and the diagonal, making life pretty tricky for Alex's position. PMD gifting to Newt. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. You got married in Portugal? That's awesome. Congrats. I've never been to Portugal, but but I heard it's nice. Maybe I should play in Maia. I've met Alex and Phoebe in the Netherlands. That was in TwitchCon EU. Good times. And I feel like Alex has gotten so good at chess since then. Like, I feel like her rating has skyrocketed. Oh, and I met Dirkia as well. Shout out to Dirkia. And I met Eskia, who will be commentating future rounds later on. So shout out to Eskia. Phoebe's getting up here. Phoebe, she's taking some time waiting for her opponent. Okay, so she's played f6. An opponent has played queen to c2, lining up an attack against the h-pawn. So Phoebe's played h6 now. The computer is actually saying you can take on e5, which to me seems a little crazy. But the idea, I guess, is you're opening up the rook. You're trying to bait the pawn with check, which I don't really understand, to be honest, but okay. Guess we could take here maybe and go here is another idea, potentially. But okay, Phoebe doesn't even allow for any of that. She just simply pushes her pawn. Now, there are some glaring weaknesses on the light squares, perhaps, but Phoebe is in a position to close this diagonal down with the move f5. Although, if white really wanted to, they could try to crack that position open with g4. But Phoebe is up on time. She's up and moving around. And, okay, Alex has played knight to d5. Honestly, a decent move here from Alex. She's not worried about the pawn. So in Alex's position, she's blocking her queen's defense of the d-pawn for the time being. But Alex is also up a pawn and can afford to give the pawn back. There's an interesting idea. With knight takes, she can play the move knight back to b6, attacking the bishop and attacking the knight. And the opponent might not be so happy giving up the bishop for the knight. What else? Also, knight takes pawn. There's the same idea, knight f4, attacking the knight with the queen, but also attacking the g-pawn with check, which would be pretty nice, actually. Yeah, Alex has calculated the whole move. No, knight d5, very solid move. You know, putting the knight in the center of the board, right in the middle. Couldn't be more centralized than that. Offering a pawn, but also improving her knight's position. So, decent response here against e5. Kind of an annoying move. At the same time, e5 could be potentially weakening the center for white. If you push your pawns too far, they become hard to defend. Right now, it's only defended by the knight. And this knight wants to come out as well, which is not only going to attack this pawn, but also defend this pawn. So, likely we'll see castling, or the computer likes to move queen to b3, which is a very logical move. Queen b3, the computer's calling for c6, but that could be annoying. If our opponent captures, we're going to be stranded with some isolated pawns. Your surprise is only 0.7 for white. Well, black is currently up a pawn, So there's that. And black is one move away from castling, and it's not going to be hard for white or for black to bring out the rest of their pieces. So I think it's a fair evaluation. It's still pretty even. Yeah, my first thought to c6 defending the knight is it's kind of annoying to have to take with the pawn. So I wanted to maybe develop a piece and defend the knight. But if you do that, then the queen can actually take on b7. So queen b3 would be kind of a fork in a sense that we can't really develop this bishop. So we'd be forced to play c6. However, the opponent doesn't play queen b3 and simply just castles. And it looks like Phoebe's opponent has made a move. And Phoebe's opponent taking the foot off the gas, letting off this pressure, playing just a calm move, a3. Now a3, even though the computer gives it a question mark, it does have a purpose. There was a line I had mentioned where pawn takes, there's this knight b4 hop. Right now it would be a fork, actually, which is kind of annoying if you like your bishop. So the pawn push here says I am prepared to meet knight b4. Actually, maybe they're not prepared for it, so they're not even going to allow it. That's what a3 is. Prevents knight b4, hitting the queen and the bishop. And it's back on Phoebe to find a new move. Hey Jenny, good to see you. Welcome in. How's it going? We're watching both Alex and Phoebe playing some chess. I like that Phoebe has her profile picture updated on the chess.com events page. Very cool. It looks like she's wearing a red sort of lanyard necklace name tag thing. Does anyone know what that event could have been? I'm genuinely curious. I don't know the answer myself, but it looks like that was probably taken from another tournament that she competed in, if I had to guess. Maybe it's an old picture. Jenny's done her tactics. Wow. An hour of chess tempo. Jenny's very serious. Jenny's training harder than I am, that's for sure. I'm just not training. Man, the playing hall must be cold, huh? Phoebe's got long sleeves and she's putting the jacket on. I thought in Europe you guys don't always have air conditioning. Or there's like a heat wave going on, I heard. Isn't it hot there? Jenny's going for the Olympiad. That's amazing. She's a tactician, it's true. In fact, she's the tactician. Okay, so Phoebe has captured in the center. She's opened up the rook on the f-file. Portugal is not the Netherlands. When I was in the Netherlands, it was cold. It was hot, but it's pretty cold today. Not too bad. Yeah, 75 Fahrenheit. I mean, that's like perfect. Oh, the heat wave was a couple days ago. Okay. Down to 14 Celsius. That seems cold. Italy had no AC in the playing hall. I mean, Italy sounds nice, but I'm sure it could get hot. Yeah, Vegas, obviously very hot in the desert. Oh man, Phoebe's opponent. What a slow get up. But good to stretch the legs. There was a moment in one of my games. So I hate getting up and walking around during my games. I'll pretty much stay at the board the whole time. But I had a game that went very long, and I had like less than a minute on my clock, but there was increment. And I got up from the board just to stretch my legs. I wasn't leaving or walking around, but I had to get some blood flowing. So it's good to get up and stretch every now and then, even if you're not moving very far. Sitting for too long can be a bad thing, for sure. So here we see both Phoebe and Alex at the boards alone. Just them and the pieces, and the clocks too, I guess. And the clocks are ticking. So Phoebe, she has opened up the F file. Okay, Alex here, she's made her move. The knight hopping back, attacking the bishop, reopening her queen to defend her d-pawn. So what will her opponent do? Will white save the bishop or find something else? Alex stretching her neck. Deep breath there. She's staying calm. Alex, she's got a decent position. She's ready to castle. She still has some pieces to develop, but she's feeling good. We'll see how long she can hold on to the extra pawn. If she even wants to. She already was prepared to let it go, it seems. Phoebe, in her position, she is in a little bit more of a pickle. From Phoebe, I'm expecting a queen move, if I had to guess. I feel the queen would like to get to f4 for Phoebe, if possible. Maybe queen e7. It's a little annoying. Like if you go to e8, for example, white can attack your queen, kind of force you back or up. So queen e7 for the moment seems to be like a decent move. Computer likes taking on d4. We could see, I was going to say rook c8. That would be, man, I feel kind of bad even just thinking about it. Even Phoebe's there, like, don't remind me. I don't have a rook. Honestly, we don't even want a rook on c8 because the opponent could just attack us. So Phoebe, she's got a knight for the rook. And it's only an exchange. Only an exchange. In fact, you could say it was a sacrifice. She sacked the rook. Oh yeah, Mad World's a good song. It's an older song. Mad World's like a song that Durkia would like. I think it's really my kind of music. I have an older playlist for sure. All right, Alex is getting up too. So we've got no one at the board. Just the clock ticking. Nobody's home. It's two chairs facing off against each other. Meanwhile, Phoebe and her opponent are back at it. What will she do? All right, Alex's opponent has returned. Sees the move, writes it down. She sees her bishop is under attack, presumably. Probably will bring it back, if I had to guess. Seems logical and reasonable. Phoebe and Alex have matching water bottles. Do you think it's a gift from the tournament? Alex's white water bottle, I know she got from TwitchCon. Hey Foam Zero, how's it going? Is Alex's stream down? Maia Chess Festival? No. Shout out to Maia Chess Festival. That's cool. Is Maia Chess Festival streaming any of the games? We were just tuning into Alex's board, or Phoebe's board, I guess. Alex has left her board, so we're watching two matches at the same time. Us young people. Okay. Phoebe has made her move. She's brought her knight backwards. And the computer really hates it, to be honest. But honestly, I don't think it's that bad. It looks like she's trying to control g6, and she's looking to get into f5, actually. And the knight has some decent squares to go to here. Opponent might go all out with g4, perhaps. The computer loves this idea. It wants knight g5, which is kind of a brutal attack. Kind of a heartbreaker, to be honest. If knight g5, this pawn is basically impossible to defend. And we're threatening some nasty stuff here. I just have a feeling the opponent's not going to do it, though. And if it happens, I apologize, because that's going to be quite the commentator's curse. And you know, there's a command for me in Phoebe's channel for that reason. In fact, I think no matter what I do or say, we can chalk this one up to being my fault. That's kind of what I'm here for. You guys thought I was commentating, but really, I'm here to take the blame. So, yeah, I will say, I will be surprised if the opponent goes for knight g5. But it is a very strong move, so it's very possible. I don't think that it's impossible to find or play. It's just there's like so many good moves. Like you could castle either direction and you're doing just fine. So these sort of positions, they don't require an all-out attack. They don't require high precision or high accuracy. There's a lot of very decent, good moves for white to make. And when you put the knight on g5, you're running a risk. Obviously, you know, it's if we follow the line, this is going to be very scary for Phoebe. Even taking is fine, but the best move is bishop check. And you can imagine the king going in the corner, pawn taking, and this is absolutely frightening. Oh my goodness, we're getting a raid from Botez. Wow. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Shout out to Botez Live. What's up, Chuck? Hello, Hipside. Hello and welcome, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, we are watching two streamers live. Not really live. It's technically a 15-minute delay. I'm live. The games are delayed, but we have Phoebe and Alex both playing at Maia, a tournament in Portugal. Unfortunately, neither of them are at the boards right now. They're both taking a break, but the action is still going on. We've got classical chess. Phoebe is around 1560 FIDE, playing up against an 1800, and Alex is about 1680 FIDE, playing against a 1900. We can actually see Phoebe's spectating Alex's board. And Alex is there on the left side of your screen there, walking back up. So this is Alex's opponent. And looks like Alex's opponent has made her move, saving the bishop. That looks like a check to me. And Alex sees the move and she returns to her board, writing down the move. And yeah, Alex, she's going to have to get out of check. So you can't castle out of check, unfortunately. Castling would be such a good move. She could try it. That's one of the benefits of playing over the board and not playing online. She can try to get away with one here, but probably that would be terrible because the opponent, perhaps knowing you can't castle out of check, will call her out, bringing in an arbiter and forcing her to make a king move that isn't castling. And when you move your king, you can't castle, so that'd be terrible. So I would recommend not doing it. But there is, of course, a chance that she could get away with it, and it'd be so good. Honestly, it probably wouldn't even be that good. She'll probably just block the check with her pawn, if I had to guess. Actually, I'm not even a big fan of this bishop check, to be completely honest. Thank you guys for the follows. Appreciate it. Yeah, okay, so Phoebe and Alex have both returned. I was actually showing a poster that I got earlier from the Naroditsky Memorial. I had both Alex and Andrea sign it, and I actually got to play against Alex in an officially rated tournament game. I was actually winning, but I blundered. Ultimately, I think the position was going to be a perpetual. Also, Alex missed some really nice tactics too that would have just crushed me, but she didn't need to because she flagged me. And I think it's better for her anyways. Alex likes to be fast and she likes to flag people. So I'm slow. They call me Slow Bruin or Slow Joe, whichever you prefer, or both. So classical is more my speed for sure. And commentating is even better because I don't even have to play and blunder. I can just talk and watch. So no pressure on me, really. All the pressure is on the players. But yeah, it was nice seeing Alex and Andrea. I saw them earlier as well, in LA and in San Francisco, just 2 months ago. Right during their van life weekend, I guess, their trip. They rented a camper van for like 3 days. Yeah, they went on a hike. They went to, I think, Sequoia National Park, and they just put a video out about it, so feel free to go check that out. If you like nature and hiking, definitely recommend it. I love Sequoia, although I did tell them they missed out on Yosemite. So if they ever find the time to do that again, they have to see Yosemite. It is my favorite national park. I don't think I've been to that many. I went to one earlier this year, actually, in January. I went to Arches National Park in Utah. Utah is a very pretty state. I actually lived in Utah for about a year. And I know I'm not talking anything about chess right now, but this is the luxury of commentating classical chess, is you get a lot of time between they make their moves. But yeah, if you're ever in the west of the US, I recommend Utah to see Zion and Bryce's Canyon and Arches. Zion and Bryce Canyon are actually pretty close to each other. I want to say they're like an hour apart by drive. So you should definitely check them both out if you're in that area. Arches is a bit a ways away. Okay, back to the chess. We have a move from Alex. She does block the check with her pawn. So yeah, I like this move from Alex. To be honest, I was not a big fan of the check, but the computer likes it. The computer is actually calling for bishop to d7 to block and offering this bishop trade. But c6, and the bishop doesn't really want to go here or here. The bishop's going to go somewhere here or here. And it begs the question, like, why not just go here or here to begin with? Honestly, I probably would have gone bishop to b3 if I'm being completely honest. But maybe the queen wants to be here. I'm not sure. But this check induces the pawn push. Bishop's going to go back somewhere, probably to d3. And white's just saying, hey, your pawn's here. Now your knight can't come out so easily. But that being said, I think the pawn wants to go up here and the knight will still be able to go here anyways. And also, with the bishop going back, we're going to control this diagonal. We can put the bishop here. So yeah, I think this is a pretty decent position for Alex. She should just castle now. So we'll see what she ends up doing here. How did Phoebe trick her opponent? That's a great question, Hipside. Yeah, we did say it's all been part of her plan. That being said, her opponent now he looks very relaxed. Like, the body language from both these players tells a very different story, because if you didn't see the clock or whose turn it is, you would think it's Phoebe's turn. Like, Phoebe's very focused, very leaned forward. Her opponent is sitting up now, but he was leaning back just a few seconds ago. But it is very much his turn to move. And he has an opportunity to do something kind of scary, if I do say so myself. He has an opportunity to sacrifice his knights on G5. Knight G5 here. And if Phoebe takes, this check is going to be devastating. So the longer he looks and thinks, the more worried I am. But earlier I said I don't think he's going to play it because there's just so many good moves for white. And that is inherently a risk that is unnecessary. But it's a good move, and it's not really a risk if you know that you're just crushing with it. So we'll see if he ends up finding it. If we go back to the beginning, this was a d4 game, and it transposed actually to a French. So that's maybe the start of the trick that Phoebe's played. And here we have this early h4 from white. Phoebe plays c5. And now we get here on move 7, a very tricky move here from the opponent, knight to b5. And this knight is just controlling some of these squares that looks like Phoebe's controlling, but it's too weak. So in this position, Phoebe has to find the move f6 to hold her advantage. And instead, she castled early, and now the queen is overloaded. Cannot protect both the bishop and the c7 square. We see the trade, and we see the knight hop in. And this is how the rook found its end in the corner. And now here, opponent's still playing very tricky, lining up some tactics, some sacrifices. Now Phoebe finds f6 and h6. Phoebe opens the f-file, and here she brings her knight back to e7, controlling some of these light squares. Now the opponent could have played knight g5. Instead, plays bishop h7 check. Phoebe puts the king in the corner, and now the computer once again is calling for knight to g5, which it's very difficult to save the e6 pawn. That's one of the downsides of knight g5. The good side is we don't have to take the knight and open the h-file opposite of our king. That'd be very disastrous. But the downside, like I mentioned, is this pawn is very difficult to defend. Knight takes would even land with a fork, hitting queen and the rook. She's already down in exchange. So it'll be very interesting to see if the opponent follows up with knight g5 here. Didn't start with knight g5, which was the best move. And the opponent is using a lot of time and thinking, which honestly, if you're in a good position, it's good to spend your time and to use it if you have it. But at the same time, if the game lasts longer, this time that Phoebe's saving is it could be very good in the end. So especially against older opponents in time pressure, it's good to be ahead on time because that's when they can make their mistakes. That's how I got lucky in my last round. I was completely losing. I was actually down in exchange, but my opponent blundered a massive fork, and I was able to get a piece back and win with 2 pieces versus a rook. So there's still opportunity here for Phoebe. She can do it. All right, Phoebe's opponent has made their move. Knight g5. There it is. So, yeah, they were definitely looking at it. They should have played it first, before the bishop check. Dan is saying they would have played the bishop check first as well. Shout out to PMD gifting to Ginny and to Hipside. Really appreciate that, PMD. What's up, PKR? Good to see PKR in the chat. PKR opting to castle long, the responsible move, if you will. Here we see our opponent going for these tactics. Honestly, very strong move. Very strong. Phoebe will be best off not taking the knight, but it is very annoying to deal with. Knight takes on e6 because she's going to have to find a new home for her pieces. And honestly, she might lose 2 exchanges. She might be losing another rook because if you look at this position, like going queen e8, for example, knight takes, and the rook's actually just trapped. You can't go here. You can't go... Well, I guess you can go up. Here, here, here. I mean, maybe there's this. Takes, queen takes. Oh my god. Oh my god. You guys, I just found a trap for Phoebe. Okay. Hear me out. Here's my hear me out line. This is going to be crazy. Phoebe's going to pull this off. Okay. Queen e8. Knight takes e6. Rook f7. We're lining our queen and rook up, but this is the trap. Bishop to g6, pinning the rook, forcing this trade. Queen takes, and now rook f1 check. Look at that, chat. She's completely winning. Rook takes, queen takes, hitting the knight. She's up a queen. I mean, my goodness. It's almost too easy. You know what's crazy is this position, she wins the queen, but she's only +1. So that's kind of unfortunate. Okay, so Phoebe doesn't go for queen e8. She doesn't go for it. And now knight takes e6. This is going to be really brutal because she's kind of losing the house, if you will. Because that's going to fork the queen and the rook, and it's going to remove the defender of the knight. So it's just tough. It's just a tough spot. I think Phoebe's playing a little quick. The good news, though, is it's the first round, and if your game ends quickly, you can get some rest before the next one. Really, this game doesn't even count because it's technically a warm-up round. You might see the result listed on FIDE, but you know, we all know it's an obligation for FIDE and for official rated tournaments to post the results, but everybody who's a serious player knows that it's just kind of a warm-up. Like, they don't really look at the first round results. So Phoebe's still warming up. It's really still part of the long game here. So yeah, Phoebe might play knight e3 here. But let's see. Knight e3 takes queen with check. Bishop takes the knight. We take the knight, so we only lose a pawn there. But yeah, it's not great. It's not looking good. Not looking too hot, to be honest. What's up, Sam? Good to see you. Dude, honestly, I saw that trap. Phoebe could have tried to lay the trap with Queen E8, Rook F7. You know, it's good to have some tricks up your sleeves. And Phoebe, in the sleeve department, she's absolutely crushing her opponent. Her opponent, I mean, I don't know. Do you even call those sleeves? Phoebe, I mean, she's got her full jacket on, and that's just her outer layer. She's got another set of sleeves. She's got so many sleeves. Like, you should at least try to put one trick up your sleeve. Here, it's just kind of tough to find any more tricks. She's got maybe too much sleeve and no trick. The sleeve to trick ratio is way too high. We need more trick to sleeve ratio. Opponent, like, barely any sleeves, but lots of tactics. So many tactics. That's gonna be 2 exchanges at least. Well, no, Phoebe could find knight d3, knight e3, knight e3, and if they trade queens, she'll get the piece back, and she'll only have lost a pawn from that encounter. The problem is she's already down an exchange, and when you trade more material, like a queen and a minor piece, your odds of coming back decrease significantly. The other downside of this position is if she doesn't go for the queen trade, then she's just losing like so much material. Like, if you move your queen here, I mean, I don't know. They're gonna take your rook. Maybe you still have knight e3 or something. But okay, it's like your options are you could lose an exchange, you could lose a pawn, and you'd have to trade some things. Or you could lose your exchange and a whole piece. It's tough. I don't know. There might be an early resignation coming. But, you know, props to the opponent for finding knight g5. Yeah, there's the handshake. Honestly, I like wasn't sure if we'd see it so soon, but not a great position for Phoebe, and it's good to just conserve your energy. Say, hey, you know, round 1, it's a higher rated opponent. It's going to be a tough matchup, and wasn't your best game. We had a d4 opening transpose into a French, and an early castle from Phoebe leading to an exchange getting lost in the corner. Phoebe gets the knight back to only be down an exchange, but the opponent let up no pressure lost in their attack, finding this really nice knight g5 idea. After Phoebe had put the knight on e7, this pawn becomes very difficult to defend if the opponent finds the nice knight g5, which they did. So Phoebe, not wanting to open up the h-file, she ends up giving up the pawn with the fork, and she can't move on from here. So she resigns, saves her some time and some strength for her future rounds, which there will be many. Also, I believe that she just flew in today, perhaps. I don't know. But yeah, she's taking the camera. She's gonna take us. All right, we're gonna just focus on Alex's game. So we still have Alex at the helm here. Down a bit of time, actually. And yeah, maybe Phoebe will be joining us on call. Maybe Phoebe can help do some commentary. Yeah, it's up to Phoebe. We'll see if she joins in or not. There's Phoebe in the chat. Hi, Phoebe. Tough game. But we were saying it doesn't really count because it's round 1. You know, it was the warm-up game. So the good news is you have round 2 starting, which is really the real start of the tournament. And you'll have a clean slate moving forward. I'm like trying to read the chat. I like maybe was monologuing too much and ignoring everything. You're in a room where I can only whisper, so hopefully it will work. We'll make it work. Let me see here if you want to do it over Discord. Perhaps. I'm gonna have to figure out the best way to do this. Hello. Oh. You're very soft-spoken, but I understand you can't talk much. Let me see if I can add you. All right. Are you ready to be on stream?
Yes.
Okay. Hello.
Okay. Really, really soft. Much.
Hi, Phoebe.
How's it going?
Sorry about
Can
your
you
game.
hear
That
me a
was...
little bit?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Or not really?
Do I have to be quiet too?
Okay, okay.
I don't know.
No.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I don't know. This went wrong really quickly. It went a bit fast for me. I don't know what happened. Well, I know what happened. I feel like I shouldn't have played C5, but I should have played like A6 or something.
I think C5 was fine.
Right?
When he attacked C7 with his knight, you needed to play F6 instead of castling. Castling was the mistake. So you needed to play F6 to attack his bishop before he can trade bishops. I can pull up on
Oh, because
stream.
then I can take with the rook. You mean?
No, before you castle, there's this move F6. Attacking his bishop before he trades bishops. So when you castled, he can trade bishops, your queen takes, but that
Okay.
leaves c7 open to his knight. So your queen was overloaded. So you needed to block his bishop and not allow the bishop trade.
Right.
Yeah. So that's why f6 was really
Oh,
important before you castle.
I see. Yeah.
Yeah, so it was just
Yeah, I
a
totally missed
tactic.
that. I also totally missed, yeah, the knight jumping in there and then my rook would be trapped. But I thought maybe I have some sort of compensation, but I don't know. I couldn't really find it.
Yeah, you get the knight back, but you're still down in exchange, so it's tough. And then he ended really strong. He found the knight g5 tactic, and your e pawn was impossible to defend, so there wasn't really much you could do at that point. Um, so it was just a tough
Hmm.
opponent.
Yeah.
He didn't really make many mistakes after you castled. It was kind of game over. And that happens. Like he's a higher rated opponent, and it's the first round. So the good news is you get a lot of time now before your next round, and you have a lot of rounds left, and you'll have, I assume, a
Yeah.
easier opponent moving forward. And we hope everything else is
I
going
hope
well.
so.
Did you played in Maya last year, right?
Yes. Yeah, I played here last year as well. So it's fun to be back again. Um, but I think I also lost first round last year, but it's okay. Um, I also only arrived today. At like my flight was at like 9 a.m. really early, so I didn't get much sleep.
Wow. So you still have to acclimate to the environment.
Yeah, I feel like I'm jet lagged. There's like 1 hour time difference here.
Yeah, that uh is tough. You know,
Yeah.
traveling in general can be tough.
Also, I almost missed my flight this morning.
Oh, that would have been bad.
Yeah, I arrived at the gate and it was already closed.
Oh my God, they had to reopen it for you. That's so funny.
It's like,
Have you ever missed a flight?
no.
Oh, that would have
And I
been.
felt so bad for the people. I felt so bad that I cried the whole flight.
Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry. That's crazy. I mean, surely it wasn't
It's
that bad. I mean, they let you on, so it's not. I don't feel like they would have let you on if it was that
yeah,
bad.
I think, oh, I hope so. Yeah.
I mean, I'm surprised you didn't fly like
But
with the private jet, to be honest.
yeah, I tried, but it wasn't available today.
Wouldn't the
I tried
organizers for Maya like have flown you in?
yeah, but I think because I only arrived today, they were really busy.
Okay. So next year when you tell them you're going, maybe they'll have it ready.
Yes. Then I'll come by private jet.
I'm looking forward to that. That'll be very exciting to see. And you can make like a vlog. Are you recording any content outside of the tournament?
for morning, and I was like, never mind. I didn't wanna do work. That was so sad. And then I was like, never mind. Maybe not.
That's fair. Yeah, maybe later. I know there's a lot of other streamers there, and I
Yeah,
saw
it's okay though.
you were
Um,
just at EWC, right? How was that?
I came back like Sunday. It was so cool. I met so many people, and yeah, it was like such a huge event. It was really, really cool.
Did you watch any of the other esports?
Um, yeah, I watched a little bit of Rocket League, but that was wild. Like people were like crazy. Like it would have been fun if people were so hyped for chess as they were for Rocket League.
Oh man. Well, I feel like you should start bringing the energy that you want to see, like be the change you want to see, and it starts here at Maya. I think you should like just start going crazy for Alex's game.
For Alex's game, she would love that, I think. I think she would really like that.
Yeah, that'd be so fun. And then you might not even have round two. They might kick you out.
Exactly. Might be a good idea.
Yeah, I like Rocket League.
Um,
I also like Valorant. I think Phoebe, you also play like CS:GO, right?
yes,
Did they have
I
that there?
do. I'm really bad at it, but I like it a lot. Yes, oh, I watched CS:GO. Yes,
And
I watched CS as
did they
well.
have any Fortnite?
No, no. Well, not that I saw. I didn't see any Fortnite.
Do you think have you ever met Magnus before?
No.
That was your first
Have
time.
you?
Yeah, I've seen Magnus
Well,
a few times.
well, I didn't. I saw him, but I didn't meet him. I didn't talk to him.
He didn't like ask for
I
your
just saw him from
signature.
afar. No, I feel like he was really busy.
But I mean, like we're talking about you. He could have made time.
I- That's true.
Did
That's
you
true.
get
Yeah.
any other players that you had met before that you were like kind of starstruck, or was it mostly like streamers that you were excited to see?
I think mainly streamers, just seeing everyone again, because everybody's like scattered around the world, so it's nice to catch up with everyone.
And you met Tushar for the first time, right?
No, I met him already in Italy,
Oh, okay. Did you hear
like a
about
couple months ago.
his opening in this first round here?
No, he's playing in the same room as I'm playing, but I did not watch his game.
So
What did he play?
apparently he played f6 king f7
Caroling.
in the first two moves against the 1700.
Mhm.
Yeah. So he's probably doing it for the content.
That's kind of probably.
Or maybe he
That's
thinks it's good. I don't know.
oh, maybe he thinks it's good. Yeah. I mean, he doesn't play lots of OTB, so he can maybe he's just confused.
We'll have to ask him after. I'll need to look up the an update. But have you looked at Alex's game at all?
Yeah, I was wondering how Alex is doing. I looked at her game a little bit, but it's difficult to evaluate when you're playing your own game.
Yeah. There's a lot of people that like to like get up and look at everyone's games. I never do it. I always just stay at my board. But Alex looks like she's doing well so far. She is a little low on time though.
Mm. Oh yeah, what move are they on?
They are on move 13. So her opponent has just played queen c5.
Oh yeah, okay.
And it looks to me like it's possible that she will be losing her pawn, but she was up a pawn. So it's going to be equal material.
I see.
So yeah, I think she should develop her other knights and try to attack the queen. She's probably gonna lose her pawn, but I think she can get castled. She'll probably have to trade bishop.
Yeah, I
for
would do
knight.
the same. Like knight. Yeah. Knight d7 and then right?
Yeah, she'll have to save her bishop first, and then she'll be able to castle, and then you can go from there. She'll probably try to put pressure on the e-pawn, maybe bring her queen to e7, maybe it brings the rooks to the middle, and it should be a decent position.
Yeah. And yeah, I feel like it has still potential.
Yeah, you guys both had a tough pairing in this first round. You also both had black.
My opponents took them. No, only the white one. Yeah, both of them. I think maybe he gave them. It was Vincent Thompson. Sorry. Sorry, Joe.
Are you in trouble?
Yes. Yes, I'm in big trouble.
Did you steal a
They
pawn?
said if I don't start behaving, they will kick me out of the tournament. Yeah, yeah, because I've been stealing pieces from every board. And they say you can't do this, maybe.
But they're collectibles. You have to get them.
Yeah, but I'm making my own chess set. Like
By the
I'm
end
making
of the
my own
tournament,
chess
you'll
set.
have your own DGT board. Smart.
No, they're looking for my score sheets because my opponent took them and he said he will bring them to the arbiter, but apparently he did not. We stole
Wow.
him.
So
He just
it's
ran
like
away
a
with them.
souvenir.
Yeah, it's like the mystery of the missing score.
You have to take good care of your score sheets, especially after you sign them, because once you sign them, they become very valuable.
They're legally binding.
You know how many people would pay a lot of
Yeah.
money for a Phoebe signed score sheet? I mean, I feel like you should
Maybe a
sell
euro.
your carbon copies on eBay. That could help fund your next tournament. Durkee is starting the bidding at 5 bits.
I mean, I'm sure someone that would be fun. Does anyone want to offer 6 cents?
Actually, Serg, you started it with 3. So yeah, we could start a whole auction.
3 cents?
A bid war.
Or 3 euro.
Well, they just said 3. Maybe they could go higher.
300?
I don't know. This game though, people might not want it because it's a French defense transposition. You probably have to play better openings if you want more bidders.
True. That's true. That's true. Nobody likes to punch.
But
Yeah.
you were just in France, so maybe you were inspired.
How are you doing, Joe?
How am I doing? I'm doing great.
Yeah, I was.
I've
Yeah.
never been to France or
Okay.
Portugal.
That's good to hear.
If I had to go, I'd be so
You
jet
haven't?
lagged. I've only been to the Netherlands and Ireland, technically, in Europe. Actually, I,
But
I
it's the same time zone.
I think I might have told you already. I don't know all I've told, but in October I'm actually going to Greece.
You told me, and I will try to meet you. Not
Really?
in Greece.
Wait, if I'm going to Greece, how will you meet
Yeah, I will
me?
try. I will try.
Where else would you meet me?
Why you said you have a lay?
Oh,
You said you have a layover.
you're trying to get me to go meet you. Oh, actually, you're right. I do have a
No,
layover
because
in Amsterdam.
yeah, you told me about this.
But
Did I
um,
not answer? Did I not say that I would try? I feel like in my head I said I would try to
I
meet you.
think I think it's tough though because I don't know how long my layover will be. I feel like I'll just be at the airport. Would you go hang out at the airport?
Can you not?
It might be like really
Yes.
early too in the
Yeah.
morning. I don't know.
Well,
Uh no,
we'll
Durkee.
talk about it.
I stayed a few days in Dublin before. I actually went all the way to Galway the first time I visited. I've been to Ireland twice. Um but yeah, I'll have a layover in Amsterdam. So I know there's a handful of Dutchies in the chat right now. Maybe we could do a fun little meet and greet at the airport
At the airport.
for like an hour.
That sounds so fun.
We could do a miniature
Oh,
chess
that sounds
tournament.
really fun.
We can invite Bick.
At the airport. True. He probably will also fly from there.
Yeah, because he's also gonna visit me in Greece.
It's not in the same flight.
I don't know if it's the same flight. That'd
Yeah,
be cool
true.
though. We have other staff at chess.com from the Netherlands, so there might be a lot of people on our flight.
I was not invited. Just saying, if anyone from Chess.com is watching, I was not invited, but I would be interested.
Okay, we'll have
That you
to.
guys are lurking sometimes in the chat. I was not invited.
Okay, we need to address this. Someone needs to get Phoebe her ticket.
Yeah. But yeah.
I actually
Yeah, I'm very hurt.
the second time I met Magnus was on one of these trips last year,
Oh,
and
wow.
I played in a tournament that he was registered for in as well. We both played in the same Blitz tournament, and guess who I played in the first round? He's a famous player.
Magnus.
He's not a grandmaster, but
Magnus.
he is an influencer. Famous streamer.
Levy.
Yeah, I played Levy
Levy.
in the first round, and I was beating him, and then I blundered my
That's
queen.
so cool.
He made a video about it, and I had a lot of people start messaging me. I didn't know he posted the video, but they were like, "Good game," and I was like, "What? What are you talking about?" Because he posted like a week after, and they're like, "We saw you played Levy," and I was like, "Oh my God, how'd you know?" And they're like, "He just put a video out about the whole tournament, and I was a first round opponent." So like
So
500,000 people saw me blunder my queen.
that's Very funny.
I know a lot of people watch you play, so you probably feel
Um,
the same.
I might let you. Yes, I do feel the same.
You understand where I'm coming
Because
from.
it,
Okay. It's good.
I understand where you come from. Yeah. Um, no, the Wi-Fi is not holding my video. I feel like.
Yeah, I'm glad that the
Mm.
stream worked well,
So
but the
maybe
Discord
I'll
call is kind of
shoot.
lagging a little bit. So, but yeah, I appreciate you hopping on
Yeah,
afterwards, and I know it was a tough game, but I think we all
of
already
course.
forgot because the first round is just a warm up, so it doesn't really count. And you have a lot of chess left, and hopefully you get a little acclimated, to the time zone change and the new environment, and you'll be back in action, and you'll be prepared, and you're gonna do great.
Thank you. I hope so. Thank you so much. Maybe I will be back when Alex's game is done.
Yeah,
Maybe I will join the
we'll
call.
be watching the rest of Alex's game, and you're more than welcome to offer your insights and your commentary, or you can go in the background and just sit in one of the chairs and just watch on the stream and send us some signals. And you should look at Tushar's game too.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's a good idea. Oh wow, I'm so curious.
All right,
I'll be
enjoy
having you
your
in the chat,
time.
I think.
Thanks,
I'm
Phoebe. We'll
I'm gonna
talk to you
watch.
later.
Thank you. Thanks, Joe. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was the one and only PhoebeWitte. Unfortunately, losing her first round. Tough game to a higher rated opponent. But it was just a warm up. And we still have the one and only Alex Asmoada. And honestly, she's got a great position. Let's look at some of these moves here. This was a Queen's Gambit accepted. And she's already playing e5 here. This is Alex being aggressive out the gate, trading a bishop, taking a pawn in the center, developing her knight, and developing her bishop. She pushes h6. Queen here is very annoying, just delaying her from castling, allowing bishop takes with check. So she pushes the pawn first, and now the opponent uses this tempo to pivot, to play queen c5, and this move is very annoying because it's adding a second attacker to this pawn, and it's blocking us from developing our pieces. So here, I thought bringing the knight out with a tempo, yes, we give up the pawn. Instead, we're getting a raid from Uncle Jesse. Brilliant move. I was not anticipating that in my calculation here. We're watching Alex Asmoada competing in round 1 of the Maia Chess Festival. And here, Alex finds queen d5, offering a queen trade. And here, in this position, it looks like white should just take this pawn with the queen. But instead, they play this move. This is a miss. This is such a weird move. I really am not sure what the idea is here, because this knight was a very important defender of this knight. The bishop can now take on f3, damaging white's pawn structure. A very odd move, and this removes one of the attackers of d4, which I thought was the whole purpose of putting the queen on c5. So this is actually a huge opportunity for Alex to take some serious initiative in this game where she's already up a pawn. The opponent could have taken that pawn back to neutralize the material imbalance, instead missing and now playing the knight on e4. This is a big opportunity for Alex to take on f3 and damage white's pawn structure and maintain her pawn advantage. What an opportunity here for Alex. Knight e4 from the opponent, an odd move here. Alex has been thinking a lot. She is down on time. But I'm feeling great now after this move. Alex could pull off a serious upset here. So let's dive in. Let's take a closer look to Alex thinking here. She's got both elbows on the table. She's leaning forward. She's locked in. Are her spider senses tingling? Can she sense the opportunity, the moment? I mean, this is an odd move. It looked like her opponent was going to try to win back the d-pawn. Instead, moving the knight into the center, confusing the audience. Hopefully it doesn't throw Alex off her game. Alex now, she can strike on f3. What a moment. What an opportunity. Alex, she's folding her arms, leaning forward here, as if to say, really? Can you really get away with this? What are you doing? And the opponent, I mean, both hands on their head, a slight shake. I mean, you could sense maybe some nervous energy. Maybe like a, oh no, what did I do? What have I done? What am I doing? And you just have to sit there and wait for your opponent to find their moment. Oh no. Okay. Alex, she doesn't take. Man, she's letting the opponent off the hook here. She's developing her knight with the tempo. A good move still nonetheless. But maybe letting her opponent off the hook. Maybe a big sigh of relief from the opponent now. On the clock, leaning forward, saying, okay, Alex didn't take on f3. So what can I do now? What was her plan? The idea, I believe, is to play knight d6 check. Knight d6, and we just don't want to go to e7, as that would allow a nasty discovered double check. No time to take the queen. The queen's hanging two ways. So, yeah, Alex has been spending a lot of time thinking. She's almost 20 minutes. I mean, she's over 20 minutes down on the clock, actually. So now, when the moment was very intense, a chance for her to take an initiative, she maybe played too quickly, as bishop takes f3 would have caused some serious damage to her opponent's position. This knight move was a miss, and she could have kept the material. Now here, there's queen takes d5 still. I guess she's gonna be winning this this pawn with this move. But yeah, knight d6, certainly an annoying move. And the knight's going to be attacking the b pawn as well. So yeah, here we're going to have to go uncastled. We're going to go king f8, walking into potential discovery, but there's going to be probably queen takes pawn at that point. So yeah, it's getting complicated fast. It's getting tricky. Lots of ways to capture things here. Alex still feels pretty confident. She's sitting up, you know, arms still folded, like a concerned mother. Almost disappointed, even. But a commanding posture, certainly. Opponent, still maybe slight nervous energy, right? Very much looking in the middle of the board. Maybe uncertain of her move choices here, but knight d6 check, definitely top move for white. Makes a lot of sense to throw that in there, but Alex is still solid enough where it looks like if all goes well, she can keep a pawn advantage and get the queens off the board, which is going to be really helpful, because if the opponent does give knight d6 check, Alex will have to move the king and go uncastled. And when your king is uncastled, that could spell disaster when the queens are still on the board. So trading the queens could be a good thing for Alex. But we'll have to see what white does next here. And white maybe uncertain. But knight d6 is certainly the best move. So big moment here. I was not expecting knight e4. Alex unable to take advantage of that completely. But still early on here in this middle game position. Yeah, I don't know if Alex just overlooked bishop takes f3. Maybe worried about... I mean, like, you're not really stopping knight d6 check. I don't know. I feel white very could take on d5 now and not play knight d6 check. But probably they should play knight d6 check and then take on d5. Or sorry, d4. Hello, Feeling Chessy. How's it going? Can white trade queens first? That's a great question. I think they don't want to, because if queen takes, we have knight takes, and after this check, we can go up. Maybe they take this pawn, but we're gonna take here, and we're gonna take here, actually, I imagine. Here, and you know, if they take here instead, we're gonna take here. Pressure on the bishop again, so yeah, it's unclear. White has a lot of moves, I think. And a lot of them are just gonna lose this e-pawn. Smickle is playing. Who's in Maia from chat? That's a great question. Is anyone in the chat in Maia right now? You're playing in 2 hours. Wow, good luck. Where at? I would love to see the opponent think for a solid 10, 15, 20 minutes and then play a bad move. That's the best case scenario. Probably. You never know. I mean, they've been playing pretty solid. Like, they were going to get the pawn back. Queen c5, like the queen c2 to c5 maneuver, I thought was very smart. And there I was expecting knight 8 to d7. And Alex kind of surprised me with this queen d5 move. I thought we would see like a queen trade or something. Or just, you know, taking the pawn actually was even better. And maybe this move first that Alex found, maybe the queen trade offer was what really threw white off, because this move, you can see it defends the queen. So the queens are just really in each other's faces right now, up close and personal, and they're kind of having this death stare. Like, apparently neither queen wants to trade. Alex is like, I'm going to put my queen right in the middle, right in your face. And instead of just taking the pawn, white was like, actually, if you want to take my queen, be ahead. Go ahead. I'm going to develop my knight and defend my queen. And Alex is like, well, two can play at that game. I'm going to develop my knight and attack your queen again. So you're going to take my queen, and I'm going to take back with my knight. And so she's like, well, maybe I don't want to trade queens. But she should really give this check. Or I think take the pawn, but she's seeing she's going to lose this pawn. Unfortunately, this was not the best move, because now the knight is no longer defending the other knight. So this knight is not really a reliable defender of this pawn, because the knight's still under attack. And Alex, honestly, letting her opponent off the hook by not taking on f3. And Alex even looks a little bored right now. She's playing with the pieces in her hand, just waiting. She's not even looking at the board. She's looking around. She's like, man, I thought 1900s were good at chess. I thought my opponent would be giving me a tougher time. Man, she looks so nonchalant. She's looking so cool. Just like looking around at everything else. She's not even looking at the board. She's playing blindfold, basically, just to challenge herself. Just to make it a little harder. And she's giving time odds, too. I mean, she thought she's like down half the time. My goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Round one. Her opponent, like 300 elo higher than her. She doesn't even care. She's like, I guess that's more elo for me when I win this game. And I don't even have to castle. And I don't even have to look at the board. And I don't even have to have all the time on my clock. Crazy. What a boss. What a baller. She's just waiting. She's looking. She's like, you gonna make your move? Whatever your next move is gonna be, I'm gonna win your pawn. If knight d6 check and we play king e7, I'm worried about this knight f5 discovered double check, because in a double check we can't take the queen because the knight's also checking us. So after knight d6, it's important that we go to f8 and not e7. If we go to d8, then the knight's going to take here. I guess that's defended. Maybe the knight takes here with check, and that's kind of annoying. So maybe we don't have to walk into that. So check, and we can go to f8, and now whenever the knight moves with the discovery, then we can take the queen, as the knight won't be able to check us. If you go to e7, then the knight double check. We could actually get checkmated if we go down. We can't go here. Yeah, going here would also be a checkmate, so that'd be kind of annoying. So we'd have to go here, and then there'd be a check, potentially, and maybe even another check, who knows. We just don't necessarily want to walk into that, I don't think. if we don't have to. Yeah, here, there's even this double check. Then they could take this knight maybe. Actually, their queen's still hanging, so probably they wouldn't go this way, but yeah, check and check here is annoying. So who knows? But yeah, Alex still looking cool as a cucumber. Just waiting. She's really not even looking at the board. She might even get a quick nap in. If she wants to, maybe she could. But yeah, she is exuding confidence. You love to see it. Yeah, opponent only 10 minutes up now. They were at like 23 minutes ahead, so this is a great sign for us because Alex was in a bit of a think tank, a bit down on time, and it looked like the opponent was making some strides to win the pawn back, but now after 94, maybe realizing they're not going to get the pawn back potentially, and if they trade queens, I mean, that's going to be a pawn up for Alex, potentially going into an endgame. Yeah, Tushar's game is fine now, or better. So those openings are like obviously bad, but it's tricky because it's not like you have this automatic easy win. It's still just a decent, position if there's no tactics that come out of it. All right, Alex is leaning forward a little bit more now. She's looking at the board like, all right, what are you thinking about? What could you possibly do here? And this is a really good use of Alex's time, especially when you're down on time. It's really important that you anticipate your opponent's moves and you already are planning ahead for what you want to do in response. And it looks like the opponent is getting ready to make their move here. And there it is. So they've traded queens. Alex should be able to recapture with her knight fairly quickly. Alex is going to mull this over for a little bit, hopefully not too long. There's only two ways to play here. You can take with the knight or you could take with the pawn. Taking with the pawn just looks ugly, double isolating your pawn. So Alex does take with her knight and she does so quickly. Very solid here. Very solid move. And now we're expecting knight d6. Wow, we don't even see that. We see knight takes pawn. And now Alex can take on e5. This is a marvelous development here. Opponent played this move very quickly as well. Twice in a row, they abandoned knight d6 check. Almost shockingly, somehow. As if Alex has her under some sort of spell. This witchcraft moving the knight to d7, just completely ignoring any threats of checks, like, If your opponent's okay with it, then maybe it's not good. Oh my goodness, we're getting a raid from the one and only Phoebe. Wow. Alright, maybe I should cancel the restream, or I don't know. I closed out of it, so I'm just not going to touch it. But yeah, thank you, Phoebe, for the raid. Hello and welcome, everyone. Okay, you'll do it. Okay. I'm hands off. So I feel like once the stream is up and running, I'm like, okay, great. I'm not going to mess with it anymore. Yeah. Welcome in. I'm sure everyone's already tuning in from Phoebe's chat anyways. But we're watching Alex try to pull off an upset here. This will be a great start for Alex's tournament if she can convert this to a win. The best move here, she needs to take on e5, and it's gonna be with a tempo against the bishop. So what's great about this move is that it actually clears up this square for the king. If we take and there's knight d6 check, we can go king d7, and both the knight and the bishop are hanging. Alex could be winning a piece. There could be knight takes on f7, which could be annoying, but we could play like rook f8 there. Actually, our knight's just defending that square. What am I talking about? If knight takes here, we'll just take this bishop. So Alex, the only thing I'm concerned about is if Alex like castles or something crazy. It'd be a ridiculous move if she passes up the opportunity. Like, we have had 2 moves in a row where our opponent could give us a check and has declined it. And now we need to take advantage and take this pawn. We cannot afford to pass up this opportunity because it's a pawn with tempo. It's essentially a free move. If you don't take it, the cost is that the opponent can then save it and defend it. They can push this pawn here and hold on to everything. Yeah, she walked away. Opponent can't handle the pressure. Alex still with her arms folded, looking discerned. Manny says, I see free pawn, I take. But this is the way. She's really leaning forward here. There's no tricks. This is clean, simple chess. Nothing to be afraid of. Take it all in. Play the best move. It's the best move by a lot. It's like not even close. It's minus 1.6 if she takes it. Other best move is knight f4. Which, like, I mean, who's even thinking knight f4? I mean, come on. Knight f4 is like... Yeah, you're attacking the bishop, but again, you're letting knight d6 check. Still 20 plus moves to make. Trying to get to move 40 for the extra 30 minutes. She's at 19 minutes here. 19 minutes to 32 minutes. And we're on move 16. We're trying to get to move 40. So 24 more moves, if my math is correct. And she's got to make them in 18 minutes. Opponent looks like they've brought a granola bar of some sorts. Taking a sip of water there. Looks like they're rocking a chess shirt. That's pretty cool. But yeah, Alex, this is easy free pawn. Think about it this way. 18 minutes to make 24 moves. That's less than a minute per move. That's more moves than we have minutes. So we can't be thinking for more than a minute every single move. It's just not possible. 9 rounds. It's 9 days. Yeah. What's up, Uncle Jesse? This is what a real chess tournament looks like that they play over in Europe. Here in the US, we play like 5 games in one day for like 2 days. I'm just kidding. Yeah, there's 30-second increment, fortunately. But that's not a lot when you're looking at this many number of moves. So Alex, she's playing great. She's just playing slowly. But she's got to take this pawn. And there she goes. She was double checking, triple checking, blunder checking. The only checking she wasn't doing was checking the king. And her king might get checked now, but she would be welcoming it. We want to get checked now because that would be a blunder from our opponent. So Alex is crushing it. And that dude is running in the playing hall. I feel like we need a lifeguard. Or maybe it's the arbiter. Hey, no running. But I don't know. Maybe he's in time pressure and he has to go to the bathroom. That'd be crazy. Anyways, opponent is back. They have returned. And they will see the bad news. Your knight check no longer works. Your pawn has vanished. And your bishop is hanging. That's a triple threat right there. And Alex gets up calmly and walks away. She knows what she's done. Great move from Alex. Great position here. I mean, she's playing someone over 200 elo higher than her. And she's up a pawn. And queen's traded. And she's ready to castle. Next move. I mean, talk about a dream position. This is as good as it gets for how this game has gone. I mean, great stuff. Ahmed, thanks for the follow. And Karma as well earlier. Alex is there walking around. Yeah, we got all 4 knights in the center there. Yeah, opponent is like, dang, I guess I'm really down a pawn, huh? But yeah, if I were the opponent, I would just move the bishop back somewhere. You know, easier said than done, obviously. But you really don't want to get away with knight d6 check now. I mean, you've missed that opportunity 2 moves in a row earlier. So now is not the time to hop on that train. The only other thing I could think of, I mean, I don't know, dude. H3, it's kind of a crazy move. It's tough. You don't really want to go here. Trade, take, just castle. I mean, what's funny is Alex could castle queenside. It might even be better, actually. Not gonna lie. Yeah, bishop here. Yeah, there's knight b4, which is annoying. But the knight does defend it, and I'm still annoyed at knight d6, potentially. So if bishop goes here, I'm going to castle. Doesn't matter where. I like queenside castle is a little spicy, which I like spicy food, so maybe a little queenside castle for some opposite side castle action. Okay, bishop c2 has been played. Now, the only bad thing Alex can really do, besides blunder obviously, is spend like more than 3 minutes on this move. This needs to be a castle. This, like, and for me, it's a queenside castle. Computer actually likes it significantly better. Tushar 1, nice. Not surprising. Good game. Let's see if he keeps up his antics in round 2. Now that would be something. Round 1, I can see it. Round 2, now we're talking. What section is this? This is the under 2000. And the opponent is 1928. So, you know, that's pretty high up. Alex, you had 17 minutes. Now you have 16. And if you think for another minute, it's going to continue going down at a pace of 1 minute per minute. And you have over 20 moves to make. So she should have been anticipating castling before her opponent even made her move. And yes, I understand she can castle either direction. And when you have options, it takes time to think about. But it should not take this much time to think about because both castles are good. Choose your favorite castle and just go. I really hope for a queenside castle. A queenside castle? Oh, she castled kingside. I know she had to have been thinking about queenside. She had to. I'm happy she castled quickly. It didn't take 3 minutes, but it still took like a minute and a half, which you could argue it's a little much for that. But she's got to pick up the pace. She's got to go faster. But man, I really wanted a queenside. That would have been so much more fun. Knight d6 is still a good move here, actually. Now, because she didn't castle queenside. It's just the queenside, your rook would have been more active. You know, I mean, you're already opposite the knight. Like, if you imagine a queenside castle, knight b4 is a double attack. I mean, it's just so juicy. Oh, like a rook on d8. I mean, it takes away knight d6. Even, I don't know, guys. It's okay. We can breathe. It's not the end of the world. It would have been a -2 position. Now it's only -1. Basically, what that tells me is the computer, if you play perfectly, you would have won another pawn. That's how good queenside castles is. Kingside castles means we hold on. It's the same imbalance as the material for the eval. So it's reading -1, and we're up a pawn. So it's exactly as it should be. Queenside castles now, I mean, the opponent, you're really just applying maximum pressure, maximum heat in the position. Really make your opponent sweat, make them nervous. When you play the best moves and you have tactics and threats and pressure, it makes your opponent think. And that takes time. And when you're low on time, you don't want to make things easy for your opponent. This is like a state of peace right now, generally speaking. There's no major threats going on. So the opponent can spend some time here and think, okay, what do I want to do? But if you castle queenside and the rook is putting pressure on this guy and your knight's going to move somewhere with a discovery, that's a threat. And your opponent is no longer thinking, what can I do? It's more like, how do I defend? What can I do? which now that I think about it, it's the same question. But one is like they're defensively thinking, whereas here it's like they can be thinking offensively. Feeling chessy, thanks for the positive vibes. The c6 pawn. Yeah, see, opponent plays knight d6 now. Now her pawns are a little awkward. So, you know, queenside, and this is not even an option. So we're giving our opponent options. Okay. So our B pawn is under attack. So now Alex has to think defensively. How do I defend my pieces? Right? Whereas had she castled queenside, it's just more aggressive. She wouldn't have to be dealing with knight d6. Also, knight d6, what a time to play it, right? She could have played it with check so many times. Now plays it when there's no check. So the computer's best move here, it's saying knight b4. Which probably would have been the best move if we had castled queenside anyways. But yeah, she might push this pawn or something. I could see it. Or she might play like rook b8. This is how things slip, right? When you have a great position, you play one sort of inaccurate move, and it's like you're going from going forwards to now going backwards. And this is going to take her more time, for sure, to deal with this, which might even be worse. The good news is Alex can give up a pawn and it's still equal material. The problem is her time, truly. Because it's hard to make good moves with no time. She's under 15 minutes. She still has over 20 minutes to go. b6 loses a pawn as well. Yeah, if you push the pawn, this pawn becomes very weak. And this knight's defending this pawn, but this knight can also be kicked. So this is a game of attacking, really. It's like, you know, if you spend a moment to defend this, you're going to get attacked somewhere else. One of these rooks are going to come in, right? So computer's saying, let's go forward. Let's give it an attack here. I'm wondering if this pawn push does anything. Computer's not even registering it. Maybe there's like knight here. Yeah, I'm not sure. So yeah, it's a tough spot, and Alex is gonna spend like another 2 minutes at least, I feel, which is kind of unfortunate. All right, rook b8 she's played. A reasonable move. A sensible move, and she didn't think for too much longer. She's going to play a rook to d8 soon. Yeah, I wonder how much if she put much thought into queenside castles at all, or if she regrets it. Like, we would much rather have a rook here than here. But all is well. She is still up a pawn. Yeah, rook b8 played just as PKR predicted. But yeah, eval, it's minus 0.69 now, which sounds nice, but it could have been over -2 had she queenside castled. And as confident as she might appear, the clock is going to bring certain stress into the position. An opponent already ready to move here. It looks like a rook grab. Rook F to E1, I predict. There it is on the board. A solid development move with tempo, no less. Bringing the rooks in. I'm expecting a knight move here from Alex. The only other move that would make sense is F6. But F6 is a scary move because we're putting pawns on dark squares, creating light square weaknesses when our opponent has a bishop. Nor saying never play F6. Although it was the best move in Phoebe's position, it was a needed move. Instead, she castled, which ended up losing her in exchange. This position, I don't expect Alex to play F6, if I'm being honest. I'm wondering if she would play rook F to D8. Feeling chessy with some more positive vibes. Thank you. I'm expecting... What am I expecting? Knight here? Yeah, it's weird. The knights are moving backwards, it seems. Knight d7. How bad can it be? I don't know. Yeah, so I was looking at this line, right? Here, if takes, we take. So here, the opponent might sacrifice the knight. They don't take here because our knight takes back and saves itself. But there's this idea, knight takes b7, rook takes b7. We lose our rook. Or, sorry, our knight. But then we can take this pawn, no? Perhaps. Okay, she's played knight d7. She's coming backwards. And yeah, we have the knights going from the square position to the line position. They're dancing. All right, Alex gets up. Opponent, I think, is going to put pressure on the clock. It makes a lot of sense for them to do that. Nor. Hello. Welcome. How's it going? Line dancing. They were square dancing and now they're line dancing. Some little night tango here. So, man, if only this knight was here, we would have had a diagonal of knights. That would have been pretty. You can go from diagonal of knights to a block of knights to a line of knights. Okay, so what does the future hold for our knights? Honestly, lots of places for this knight. I think this knight's kind of happy here because he's boxing out the rook from getting to our 7th. And there's also no pawns that can kick this knight away. This is kind of an outpost square maybe perhaps technically by the pure definition of it. I look like a line dancer, Dirkia? I don't know what makes you think that. I'll say that I like dancing like how I like singing. I'm not very good at it, but it's fun and enjoyable. Which I feel like you could say about chess in many ways. Hi, Oscar. Thank you. Welcome in. We're watching Alex. Luckily, our opponent is not pressuring us too much on the clock. Alex was down over 20 minutes. Now she's only down by 12 minutes. But they're about to make move 20, which is halfway to move 40, if my math is correct. Which means Alex has to make 20 moves before she gets time added back to her clock. So she's going to be living off of 10 minutes with a 30-second increment for the remaining 20 moves of this game. Okay, Uncle Jesse. I'm not, but thank you. You drew your game, Oscar? Are you playing in this tournament? My math seems fishy. I don't know. It was just off the top of my head here. How is he as a tour guide, Derp? Well, it depends who you ask. Maybe don't ask Anna Cramling. But I don't know who else you would ask. I don't know if I've given many tours to many people. Jessie thinks it's good, but she also just said that I'm good at singing, so I don't know how much you can trust Uncle Jesse. I thought she was trustworthy, but she could be biased at best, mistaken at worst, or just outright wrong. Who knows? Bottom seed in group 2, just trying to survive. You got a draw as the bottom seed? That's amazing. You're not a nobody, Uncle Jesse. When did I ever say that? I said that you could be biased or mistaken. Oh, we're certainly heading towards a time scramble. Luckily, opponent is still thinking, about to be under 20 minutes here. Alex, meanwhile, staring off into the distance, somehow remaining calm in spite of certain time scramble imminent. Opponent revealing the thoughts with their... Look at this illustration here. And look at that knight hopping in. Given a question mark here, certainly. All right. What can Alex do here? So, computer likes rook fd8, which was on the agenda from the get-go. We wanted to play rook fd8. I mean, I wanted a rook on d8 when I wanted a castle queenside. Javier Saviola, Damien. You think this is a compliment? I will take it as a compliment. I don't know who that is, but thank you. Where is this tournament? Tournament. It's in Maia. I can't speak. You would take the knight. That's fair. That's also a good move. We can take the knight and then play rook fd8. Taking the knight is interesting because white can take back two different ways. We're giving them options. And I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of giving up the bishop for the knight. And bishop takes hits the knight, so maybe we need to play rook fd8 anyways. Or maybe we move our knight. Yeah, it's kind of a transposition. This is move 20 officially. So once Alex makes her move, she will be halfway to the 40 move mark. So she will have spent 80 minutes for half the moves. And she'll use 10 minutes for the remaining half of the moves, assuming it gets to move 40, which a lot of games don't even make it that far. Knight 4 to f5. Rook fd8, knight e7 check. Knight takes, rook takes. Bishop e6. Okay. Check, take, take. Bishop block. Trying to trap the rook. We could see it. It could be possible. There could be like bishop here though. Perhaps. Perhaps it's not even good. Who knows? I don't know. That could work though. Knight b4. Oh yeah, we've been looking at knight b4 for a while. This was also on the agenda. I do like the knight controlling this though. So knight here, the bishop could go to a better spot perhaps. Maybe we don't want that. But yeah, I like this. That's fine. I probably wouldn't do that, but I would also consider moving this knight perhaps. Like knight c5 is a decent move. We're taking away this square from the bishop. This is going to be a good diagonal, I think, for the bishop. Any g6 fans? That's a great question. So it unfortunately blunders the pawn with a fork at the same time. That being said, g6 is certainly an idea, especially after we play rook fd8 and there's pressure on this knight. There's a world where this bishop will come back and go here. And then this knight moves and we're threatening to take this knight and win this bishop. Or, you know, other ideas. Who knows? So g6 not in the cards yet. Oh my god, ladies and gentlemen, Alex, she just takes. I mean, we got to stop the clock from bleeding. She's at 5 minutes. Ridiculous time management here. She takes. She's got 5 minutes, 6, okay, almost 7 minutes to make 20 moves. Yes, she does have increment. She will have 30 seconds added for every move she makes. But that is not enough time for her pace. Okay, opponent. Typically, I don't like to give my opponent options, right? Taking the knight. Opponent has 2 options. Computer is misreading this. I can assure you the opponent did not give her a free piece here. There it is. Eval is settling back down now. But in the time scramble or in time pressure, sometimes giving your options to your opponent can make them spend some more time. Oh my goodness, Oscar, at a time like this. We have Alex, she made her move quickly. She's now over 7 minutes. But she still has to make 19 moves. Alex is going to show us the meaning of haste. Like Shadowfax. She's going to show off some absolute speed on the board. She's going to be flying. 19 moves. 7 minutes. But it also depends on how much time our opponent thinks, right? Because opponent... Oh, she's taking the jacket off. It's getting serious. She means business. Oh my goodness. She could pick up her pace if she really wants to pressure Alex. So, Alex, she moves her knight out of harm's way. She connects her knights. Great position for black, just super solid. Knights in the middle. Extra pawn. She's gonna bring her rook in. There are ways to go wrong. And in time pressure, Alex can certainly find a few ways to go wrong. I'm looking at this. It's a little annoying. She's going to have to push this. She's going to get forked. I mean, I'm not manifesting it. But, okay, opponent's doing something weird. All right, G3. Sensible. Let's play rook fd8. Rook here, attack the knight, and then maybe go rook e8 and pressure the e file, and then get the other rook to d8. Perhaps. I don't know. It's weird because you play rook e8 and then the other knight hops back in. It's not ideal. You can go back. Kind of a draw offer, if you will. Perhaps. You like g3? Yeah, I think g3 is sensible. Okay, rook fd8 on the board. Alex playing quickly here. I agree, Plotter. The position, even with less time, is better. Yes, I have full faith and confidence in Alex. And it's only 10 minutes difference. Even if Alex is in time pressure, it doesn't mean her opponent is completely off the hook. Alex has obviously picked up her pace, and the opponent could give all the time back within the next 15 or so moves. And this is typically when you start to see the mistakes making their way into the game. This game has been played very well so far by both players. Certainly some misses so far, but nothing egregious. Nothing that neither player can come back from. But in order to make their extra 30 minutes, they're going to have to reach move 40. And this is where we could see some mistakes creeping in. So we have the knight hopping backwards, saving itself. This is where I'm starting to think things could go south if we misplay this. I would maybe play g6 here, actually. Put the bishop back and then put the king on g7. It's very awkward. This rook is just stuck on b8. You can't move the rook to the c file. You don't really want to. You would rather have this rook here and this rook here. The problem with going here is the knight comes right back. And we're back to square one. You could repeat, but you don't want to repeat 3 times, because that would be a threefold repetition. But a wise man once said, always repeat. Repeating is good if you do it once, because it's an extra move and it's an extra 30 seconds increment. The computer is also saying king f8. I do like g6. Yeah, we want things to go north. Not necessarily east or west. Certainly not south. Although Alex has the black pieces. So I don't know if the orientation or the direction of our theoretical compass is pointing from the perspective of white, in which case we kind of do want things to go south. But like on the chessboard, figuratively, or literally, and not figuratively. I don't know. All right, Alex took her jacket off now, so they're equal in terms of intensity. And Alex found her move, and she's pushing the bishop back, opponent hesitating there. She's like, where do I want my bishop? Do you stay on this diagonal, or do you stay on this diagonal? Probably bishop h3 to go here. Probably. Nope. Bishop goes back the other way. It now can be a target for the knight. Knight b4 being a nuisance. Opening up for her rook on the d file. Yes, and rook d7 is now available as well. And now we can double our rooks. Okay. We have options here. What we don't have is a lot of time. Come on, Alex. We got this. Rook d7, knight b4, king g7 even. Even king f8, actually. All decent moves. The good thing about being up a pawn in a solid position like this is you have a lot of good moves. She's under 4 minutes. And she knows it. I hope. She feels it, I assume. She's moving. Okay, she's taking the e-file. I think knight d6 is tricky, but I think it also would be great if she does repeat the position once. Opponent needs to give her a move. This is annoying because it's pressuring, but she can go back. What she shouldn't do is trade rooks. Absolutely not a fan of that, because you're inviting the inactive rook here in the corner into the position. And you're trading away your one active rook, and you're not able to bring the other rook in because you dropped this pawn. So I'm very curious if the opponent will bring the knight back. Will be very interesting. The computer does not like it. It likes a3. It likes knight a5. Man, knight a5 is an annoying move for sure. It likes bishop b3. I think bishop b3 makes sense. I have a feeling white's going to do none of those things. I really believe knight d6 is a move. The computer is not buying it. Or at least suggesting it for the top three. What I do like, though, is the opponent is giving some time back here. We need the opponent to get below 10 minutes to start feeling that pressure. Alex is at 4 minutes. This is getting down to the wire here. We're on move 24. Opponent is about to make their 25th move, which leaves us with 15 moves remaining before we get to move 40. Okay, opponent lifted their hand there. They're kind of telegraphing their moves a little bit here, but what are they going to go for? I don't suspect they'll trade rooks. That would be kind of crazy. I don't see a rook lift. Like, they could technically go here, but that wouldn't be good. We would trade, and then we could bring the other rook in with tempo. Okay, bishop b3. Okay, a solid move. Logical. I like king g7. The computer likes king f8 to help control e7. But this is a very logical move, just lining up opposite the king. I really don't want to see a rook trade. Although she could trade rooks and then bring the other rook in, and it's defended by the knight. And the knight actually prevents this knight from hopping in. So that wouldn't be the end of the world. That's an option. Alex, she's on the clock. She's got 3.5 minutes. You can't get too comfortable. Why not b5? I think b5 is too weakening. I think that you're going to allow the knight here. Okay, Alex has moved the king up to g7, which is my idea, which is a little scary because that means it could be bad. Computer liked king f8. King f8 is certainly more of a computer move, I feel. Damien, Phoebe was playing, but she lost earlier already. Tough game. Her opponent played very well. And Phoebe just flew in earlier. It was a rough flight. All right, and there goes the knight hopping in. This is a big moment. What will Alex do? I hope she does not trade rooks. I think she should bring the rook back to d8. And she should have been prepared for this. She should have seen this. The knight came from d6 and left when we put the rook on d8. So hopefully she understands this sort of chemistry between the pieces and goes back. Oh, she's trading rooks. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of that because now she's helping white bring the rook in and she's left with this annoying knight on d6 and she can't move her rook. White's rook has been given open access to the e-file. And Alex's rook is stuck staring at her own b-pawn. So now she'll probably push her b-pawn. But yeah, this was certainly not the most accurate play. I think she needed to bring the rook back to d8, and that would have helped add up some extra time. That being said, this isn't egregious. This isn't like a blunder or anything. It's just not the most accurate play. She's under 3 minutes here. She understands she's up material, so she's trading down, but she really is helping her opponent by doing this. So she has to figure out how to get this knight out of here and activate her rook. So she's probably going to push the B pawn. She's brought her knight back to D7? I think the opponent's going to take her knight. And then play rook E7. Oh, this is so gross. Oh, it's gross. It's really gross. That's why the king should have been on F8, because now takes and the knight controls the rook's entrance. That's also why we didn't want to help invite the rook in. Opponent's snapping it off the board. Opponent found this instantaneously, guys. It's falling apart. This is brutal. Oh, it's so fast. Oh, it's with such confidence and speed and authority. Oh, it's just the knight move cost her. And yeah, letting the knight. Oh, it's so brutal. Okay. Can we salvage this? I'm wondering if we can sack the knight to play king here. The answer is no. That kind of sucks. Dang. Okay. She's losing a pawn, but it's technically equal material. And maybe she's gonna get like the knight into e4. Probably white's gonna do this first. Yeah, this is just unfortunate. So it doesn't matter. Like, let's say we go here. We're trying to keep pressure on the rook so the knight cannot move. Now, if they do something like this, it looks like we're happy to try to distract the knight to win the rook, but it doesn't matter because white's going to have knight or rook takes b7. And if we take the knight, we're going to lose our rook. And if we take the rook, they're just going to save their knight. So annoying, to say the least. In my opinion, I feel like b4 is a move. The computer is not even calling for it. The computer wants rook f6, which to me is weird because we'll play king g7, rook f7, king back to g8. Then it wants this move, rook c7. Okay, so rook c7 and b4 I feel like are the same idea, just attacking the knight. She goes straight for rook c7. Yeah, opponent is outplaying us, unfortunately, here in this middle game. Maybe we play knight e6. No, I mean, it's just no matter what we do next, we're losing a pawn. Maybe there's knight d3 and then knight. No, there's no knight c1. Shoot. Oh, Alex. I blame kingside castling. She should have queenside castled. Imagine the difference. We would have saved ourselves so much. I mean, okay, let's look at this realistically. It's still an equal game. She's just down time. She's gonna be losing a pawn. Opponent just knocked her king over. That could be symbolic. We could try to call her out on touch move. That'd be so brutal. That'd be like, I mean, it was like clearly an accident. So I don't really know. I mean, the rules, like if you touch it on accident, you can't really get called out. I mean, Alex could maybe try to call her out on it. That'd be kind of scummy. I would never endorse that. But I'm just saying, if she was forced to move her king here, that'd be a terrible blunder, of course. Just hang the rook. But, okay, Alex is losing a pawn, at least. She's losing material. So this is, in the business, what we refer to as bad news. So there's that. She's now officially down material and down on the clock. So we go from up a pawn to down a pawn. We have less than 2 minutes on the clock. It is move 32. We've got 8 moves left to make. And the computer hates this move because knight f7 is just a fork. So that's also unfortunate. Yeah. Big picture, Alex played a great game. This is a much higher rated opponent. Alex was better, you know, and in a time scramble, she just couldn't hang. This game's far from over, but just from what I've seen so far, there's a couple little moves here and there that really can up Alex's game. One of the toughest things you can do in chess is get a better position, and Alex did that almost with ease. From there, it's all about converting and technique. So the fact that she got a better position against a higher rated opponent is super promising. And I feel like Alex has had these types of tournaments before where like she has these games of brilliance. She'll beat higher rated opponents, and like she is a really good player. I also think she's underrated, and she's improving, which is great. So it's all about like the detail. It's about the technique, right? It's just a few moves here and there. She could really get things a little tighter and cleaner. So like here, this is unfortunate. She's getting her rook and her pawn forked. She's going to lose the pawn with check. That's going to be another pawn. And then probably the A pawn's going to fall. I don't know. I mean, you don't really want to play rook A8, but you also don't want to lose another pawn. And she's got no time. So it's just sometimes how the cookie crumbles. Opponent is higher rated and strong, and better time management here for sure. And just made things tricky. The knight to d6 was completely avoidable. I'd say like queenside castles, that you completely eliminate all of that shenanigans. And you're building your initiative. You're keeping the threat. So there's that. And then on top of that, she let the knight back into d6. She played rook e8. She didn't kick the knight back out. And then ultimately it came down to this knight d7. She was in time pressure. You know, she just had to find a move, and she let the opponent in with the rook. So it happens. And it's a good game to learn from. I think it's very promising how well she was doing. Game's still not over. There could be some miracles left, but opponent's probably going to take this pawn with check. Alex did go to the c file. So she's going for the activity. She's not going to defend the a pawn, which I think is the better approach for the most part. Did she stop notating? It's very possible. I think there's some rule where if you're like less than 5 minutes, you don't have to. But I could also just be completely making that up. I'm not an arbiter, so don't take my word for it. I'm also an American, which is just bad for a few reasons. But the main reason why I bring that up is because most of us here are used to USCF rules, which are completely different from FIDE rules. My favorite example to bring up is apparently you could promote to an upside down rook and it counts as a queen. But in FIDE, an upside down rook is still a rook, which is just kind of funny. Although I will say, I heard that rule has recently changed. So apparently in USCF now, an upside down rook is still a rook too. Okay, rook e7. I would call this a questionable move, as the h-pawn was not taken with check. So now I'm wondering if we just play king f8. Although opponent would just take the a-pawn, probably. But it's weird that they didn't do that already. Okay, Alex just insisting that the opponent take our pawn with check. But she is defending her knight. I would have loved to have seen king f8, rook takes knight, king takes knight, and we defend the pawn and attack the knight. So we minimize our bleeding. I mean, listen, down a pawn, king and rook in game. I've seen worse positions hold. This is very drawable. Opponent refused to take our pawn with check. And the last time our opponent refused to check us with a knight, they didn't do it twice in a row. So sometimes players can be stubborn. They're like, listen, if you're going to give me that for free, I don't even want it. You're going to have to make me work harder for it. But for the opponent to not take the pawn with check now is almost ridiculous even. I don't know what to say. There's 2 pawns available right now that I'm seeing. There's a world where Alex actually flags her opponent. Just putting that out there. Just saying it. I don't know if I'm manifesting it, but I'm just saying it's possible. Crazier things have happened. Alex has done such a great job to put herself into this position. We've got a time scramble, 6 moves to make time control. Only 9. Opponent has reached less than 10 minutes. The opponent could be a much worse player in time scrambles than Alex. Alex is a speed chess player. We've seen her play before. She plays online all the time. When I took the hat off, Oscar, I don't know. I feel like it was worse before that. But who knows? Opponent could just time out right here. Oh, wait, hold on. They're gonna make a move. They're gonna take the pawn with oh, they're so hesitant. Oh, they didn't even take the pawn. What the heck am I watching, guys? What is this? Alex, that knight is just immune to giving checks and taking pawns, I guess. Opponent instead attacking the rook, going for the g-pawn. Seems reasonable, probably. But with that being said, Alex can start going for the a-pawn and defend her own a-pawn. She could play rook a6. Is she scared of the d-pawn? Oh my god. That would be crazy. If Alex played rook d6, that'd be insane. Okay, she goes rook b6, which is very Like, honestly, I'm not gonna lie, that was my first thought, and then I looked at the computer, and the computer said, what are you doing? Go for the A pawn. But, like, going for the B pawn makes more sense to me, but seeing the computer go for the A pawn makes more sense because rook A6, you're not, like, actually attacking the pawns, you're defending your A pawn. Like, we're never threatening to take here because our knight, like, the whole point of our rook being here is to defend the knight. So probably we should have gone here, to be honest, but okay, here and now there's actually a discovery. So the knight does take a pawn, but not with check. And now Alex, she can try something. The unfortunate thing is this king can never get back ranked. Like, our knight can't really control this flight square because all these squares are occupied by the pawns. Push the D pawn. Could be interesting. Alex does have a pass pawn. Yeah, I would have... Rook D6 would have been baller of a move. That would have been nasty. Just saying, you know, listen, I'm down, sure, but I'm not out. You got to watch out. My pawn can run. He's going to put on some tennis shoes. All right. Knight's hopping forward. Knight hopping back. So the discovery was seen. Now she should probably take here. If you push this, you're going to lose that. I don't know. They're fighting. Alex is still in it. She's down to a minute. She's got 3 moves to make. This is tough. It's just tough. She takes the pawn. Now, opponent can take the A pawn, which is best, or they could take the D pawn, which is not best. And we've seen the opponent make many not best moves. Certainly, this could be no exception. It's best to take here because it defends here. And this is now technically a pass pawn. If you take here, we take here, and that defends here. And that's technically a pass pawn. So taking here is more so about not allowing us to take here and defend this. The opponent didn't take this earlier. So maybe they don't do it. Oh, I think they're going to do it. I mean, it is the best move. It's kind of nice. That's also why it wanted us to go here and go for this, as opposed to going here and going after that. So let's see. Opponent low on time as well. Could mess up. Could blunder. You know, opponent could play here. That'd be great. That'd be a nice one. Eh? I'm not Canadian, but I like to pretend sometimes. Let's see the blunder. Or imagine that. Imagine she like baits the opponent into... I mean, knights are tricky. Come on. She can pull off a miracle here. Oh, she's going to take the pawn. Oh. Okay. Go D pawn. Put it in D. Push that pawn. I don't know. It's tough though. Like, opponent can always put the rook behind the pawn. She's pushing. Oh, she could blunder the pawn and then land the fork. The pawn is immune for the time being. The problem is the opponent has like ways out of that. They can be smart about it, but they could also not be smart about it and mess up. Hi, Phoebe. No, Alex has played a great game. Regardless of what result happens, this is really a promising start. Really strong game. And the funny thing is, if Alex loses this, she'll have the same result and start as Phoebe. And yet Phoebe was off the hook like 2 hours ago or something. I don't know. Phoebe was the real winner at the end of the day. She saved so much time and energy. No, I honestly I don't necessarily agree with that. I'm just making a joke, but I think Alex, regardless of what result happens, can be proud of this game. And like I said, it's promising. I think she should be optimistic for her future rounds. She should be excited to have more opportunities like this, to take down higher rated opponents. So Alex was doing really well, got on a little bit of time pressure, and opponent showing some superior skill in this end game, if you will, getting some pawns back and creating an advantage from a disadvantage. But Alex did really well to create the advantage for herself, and was honestly outplaying her opponent in that middle game. So yeah, I mean, and Alex, like, yeah, she's gonna be disappointed, she's gonna be upset, right? But that's because she felt it. She could taste the victory, right? She was winning. She knew she was better. She was up a pawn. Okay, look at this big old question mark on our screen. Opponent playing a questionable move here in time pressure. This is move 39, by the way. So Alex is going to make her move. And also, technically, I'm going to be late for something. We're going to have a whole extra hour added to the clock. So buckle up, ladies and gentlemen. We're in for this wild ride here. Let me look at how late I'm going to be. Oh, I have time. I have time. Yeah, so rook d2, right? We're just hitting the knight. The knight moved, hit the rook. Rook moved, hit the knight. The knight's going to have to move again. And then we're going to play knight e4. And we're going to go after this king. Ladies and gentlemen, don't write Alex off just yet. Don't go anywhere. We're officially on move 40. It's a whole new ballpark. I don't think that's a saying. It's a new ball game. I don't know. Most of the audience is probably European. I shouldn't be making American baseball references. My apologies. What should I? It's a new cricket pitch. I don't know. I know you guys like soccer, but I guess it's called football. I tried saying soccer, I think, in Phoebe's chat, and it's like literally a blocked term. I don't even think you can say it. It gets auto-modded. So if I can't say it in the chat, you know, she just gave me access to her stream. Wait, did she just... Oh, she's checking with the knight, and she's going to get this f-pawn. For a second, I thought it'd be even material. She's still technically down a pawn, but my oh my, look at the d-pawn. I mean, that's That's one heck of a pawn. Alex is allergic to draws. I mean, good. Who likes draws? You unblocked it, Arrow? Nice. Dude, knight d3, what a miss from our opponent. Alex is not going down easy without a fight. She's putting up maximum resistance, and because of it, she's creating counterplay. She's winning a pawn. King g2, and now knight takes f2. She's threatening a discovery check. A knight move, she could potentially win a piece if the opponent blunders. The time has officially been added back. We're on move 41. Both players now with 30 extra minutes added. We see the opponent getting up, taking a sip of water. A hydration break, if you will. That's a soccer term. I know sports. Although apparently people don't like the hydration break. You know, Twitch streamers, like, we've got channel reward points for people to drink water. In soccer, they're like, why are they adding a... I mean, let's be honest, it's for the commercials, right? We all know that. FIFA's not fooling anyone. People hate FIFA. People love soccer. They hate FIFA. Anyways, it's kind of like chess and FIDE. FIFA and FIDE, they even sound similar. They should work together. You wanted to make the same comparison. It makes sense. Dude, the playing hall looks almost emptied out. We've got a viewer here. Now that Alex has 30 minutes added to her clock, finally she's gonna use it all on the next like 2 moves. Has she not taken the pawn yet? I mean, like, what are we doing? Your knight's hanging, right? I mean, we gotta take this pawn. Knight takes. I mean, we can't give our time back. We just got it. But this is like one of the most obvious moves of all time. We can't think too long here. Yeah, knight f3 is annoying for sure. Knight f3 is annoying. I'll give you that. But like, what else are we gonna do? Not take on f2? That'd be crazy. I see like, what, 3 games going on in the background? If that. Oh man, Alex is making her opponent work for it, which is good. Alright, there it is. She takes on f2. Opponent needs to find knight f3, forking the rook and the pawn. Annoying. But, you know, even after you make the time control, this is still one of the most common times to make a blunder. Even after you get the time added back, players are still in a tough spot. So it's hard to have that pressure of the time scramble, get out of it, and then calm yourself back down. And she put the jacket back on. So Alex still has her jacket off, which, you know, that really means a lot. That could be the difference. Alex still means business. Opponent's like, you know, I got the time added back, I'm chilling. But no, this is a very critical moment. Opponent might give rook check, right? I mean, you got to think about it. Opponent might play like knight c4 or knight f7. Computer's saying the third best move is knight f7, which is just kind of funny to me because we've already been down this road. Okay, Alex putting the jacket back on. Alex saw the opponent put the jacket on and was like, all right. I agree. It was getting chilly. Oh man, we're going to be here for a while, folks. Like another hour. We're going to play this all the way down to king and pawn. It's going to be one king and just this one pawn, and it's going to be a stalemate. I think. Predicting the future. In all honesty, though, knight f3 is very annoying because the rook cannot defend both the knight and the pawn. Okay, and it looks like she's going to go for it. She really likes to telegraph these moves. She'll tell you, like, I know what piece I'm moving. And then she'll reach out to move it. And then she's like, okay, let me think for a little bit. Let me think about it a little more. Which is fair. I mean, that's reasonable. She could benefit from maybe sitting on her hands. A lot of people like to say that. But it's good to visualize your move before you make it. A lot of times people will make their move and then they see like new things after they move and then they realize they maybe messed up or maybe they see something better. So if you really like, chess truly is played in your mind, right? Like that's why they don't let you touch and move pieces before you actually make your move. Because if you visualize it, you know, after you play it, it's a lot easier compared to thinking about it in your head. So it's kind of like you're playing blindfolded in a sense. But yeah, I mean, opponent looked ready to make their move, and then they decided, I'll think a little bit longer. I'll look at some alternatives. Probably it looks like they found knight f3. Probably will find the best move here. They really could be considering giving a rook check. Rook a8 check is kind of bad on principle. Because the rook is on the 7th rank and is cutting the king off to the back rank, which is really good. Players love to just give checks, but giving that check would be really bad. It would really help Alex out a lot. So showing some restraint there, playing the best move here, knight f3. So this is winning that d pawn, which is a very valuable piece. So the rook is hit, the pawn is hit, rook has to move, has to stay on the 2nd rank. So the best move here is rook to b2. We want to play rook to b2. And it's not hard to find this. You want to stay on the 2nd because you have to defend the knight. You're going to have to give up this pawn. So you really only have 3 options. 2 of these options are going to get hit by the knight. So just go to b2 and you don't have to move the rook again. Go here, let the knight take your pawn, and now you're going to have some knight move. Probably you're going to go to g4. And then maybe you win the h-pawn, actually. A draw would be a great result for Alex for 2 reasons. First, because her opponent is much higher rated than her. And, you know, she's even playing with the black pieces. But secondly, because her opponent was playing really well in this endgame and was up 2 pawns at least. Probably could have done much better. But right now, it's looking like Alex is doing a great job of holding her own. Still far from over. PMD redeeming a speech. At a time like this, at least PMD waited until after the time scramble. We do have all this time left on the clock. What are they feeding the kids? I mean, I don't know. They are from Norway, so you could ask maybe Magnus's parents. Maybe there's something in the water. Who knows? I was gonna say meatballs, but that's kind of a Swedish thing. And I don't know if they have like fermented fish or something. I don't know. Salmon? Salmon's pretty good. Okay, speech for PMD. What would you like your speech for? Do you need any particular motivation, or is it for Alex, or maybe for Phoebe, or maybe for the Speed Chess Championship that you're organizing, or just in general? Or is it all on me? Okay, so yes. Alex saves her rook, but she loses her pawn. Opponent isn't even at the board. PMD might not even be in the chat anymore. He just wanted to redeem the speech. Did Phoebe win? No, Ruby. You're rooting for Gandalf. So Gandalf, the Gandalf redemption is technically supposed to be for 20 minutes. All right, PMD is still in the chat, but I think we're just going to have to wing the speech. So PMD redeemed it. I'm going to wing it. We're going to say it's for Alex and Phoebe if they decide to tune in and watch this back. But honestly, Alex's game is far from over. This is still a very, very exciting position because even though she's going to lose the D pawn, she should be winning the H pawn. I'm very curious. If we play this line out, knight g4 check, king h3. You know what would be kind of baller? If she played h5. Threaten me. I guess there's like knight here. I don't know. Anyhow, let me give this speech. It's almost midnight in Maya. That's crazy. All right. This is for Alex and Phoebe. Phoebe, tough start to the tournament, but there's a lot of good news. There's a lot of positive energy. You had a rough flight and a rough start, but opponent, very strong, higher rated, had the white pieces. They were on their game. You know, they didn't really let up. So sometimes you just have these games where your opponent plays perfectly and there's like nothing you could have done differently. And we can all chalk it up to the French defense, truly. So that's just an easy fix. Next game, you're going to have the white pieces. You're going to have an easier opponent. And things are going to go better for you. You're going to have a great tournament. Even if you lose every game, which I know is not going to happen, you're still going to have all of your friends and all the streamers. And you're going to make great memories, content, and have a good time in general. I know it's going to go great. I'm not worried. And neither should you. And in fact, I'm jealous. I wish I was there. So shout out to Maya. I should definitely go because it looks like it's a lot of fun. For Alex, I mean, look at her. She looks a little worn out. She looks tired. She's leaning over the chair. She's just ready for her opponent to make a move. She kind of looks like she wants it to be over. But that's the crazy thing. This chess game, it's been a marathon. I mean, this is move 40 plus. They hit an extra 30 minutes on their clock. Plus they've had increment. This stream has been live for almost 5 hours now. And this is just round 1. And you've got 9 rounds to go. I mean, this is ridiculous stuff. Alex is pushing her opponent to the limit of her chess ability. Alex was winning. She was up. She was outplaying her opponent, who was 250 elo higher rated than her. And Alex has proven time and time again that she is able to hang with these players. She's able to beat them. And there's just a few moments here or there where she could improve her game and tighten things up. And I think that's very promising. I think that Alex is crushing it regardless of whatever the result is here. And look at her go. She's giving this discovery check to win another pawn. This game is far from over. It's far from over. It's going to be tough either way. She is technically still down a pawn, but it's still very holdable. Opponent has many chances to mess up. And even in time pressure, in a time scramble, Alex has remained calm and composed. And the same goes for Alex. I think even if Alex loses, this is a great experience, great opportunity for her to show off her ability and her skill and just her composure. Despite being 1600, getting paired against a 1900 in an under 2000 section, she's not giving away anything for free. She's making her opponent fight tooth and nail to the very end. After hours long of playing, Alex is proving that she can hang with the best of them, because she is one of the best of them, along with the rest of them. And I'm proud of her. And I'm proud to have been here, to have watched this in its entirety, and to witness Alex's potential. And she could still win this, which would be incredible and amazing. And even if she doesn't, still proud of her. Really, I mean, just a great showing. Great game from her. Wow. Wow, look at this. She doesn't take the pawn. Let me just protect my knight. No, she's going for checkmate. No, but this is kind of crazy, though. I'm not going to lie. Not going to lie. This, oh my lord. Ladies and gentlemen. Watch this. She could play rook f2 now. This move, to me, was like so logical. It's like, oh, let me just defend my pawn. Yeah, but think again. What are you doing after rook f2? And she's played it. Oh my god, ladies and gentlemen. What is she doing? This is ridiculous stuff. Wait, what's the move? Rook a3. Oh my god. Rook a3, and she's played it instant. They're playing so fast. After they've even made the increment. What's the next move here? King g7, bringing the king into the attack? I mean, kind of ridiculous. The position's at a standstill. White is more or less zugzwanged. Because if you move the king up, you're going to lose that pawn. And then if you trade, rook takes will defend your pawn and force the king here. And if we get our king up enough, it could even be checkmate, actually, which would be ridiculous. And if the rook moves, you can't leave the third rank because then you lose the knight. So if the rook moves this way, then you drop this pawn. And that pawn can't move, and these pawns can't move. And if the knight moves, that's mate. Alex is constructing a zugzwang before our very own eyes. Wait, why did she go to f7? She's allowing check. It doesn't matter. There's no good checks. I mean, okay, computer likes king h4. I'm curious. If we can take this. Yeah, I like knight g5 check. And then there's some funny business. She should have gone to g7, I think. Easy for me to say, of course, but still, I mean, very, very annoying position for white. So there's like check and there's like another like the problem is, so king h4 is the only move, truly. Opponent might not do that. It might, yeah, this just gives like this check. King g7, king here, we take, and they don't have check. So very, very interesting. Very interesting. Curious what white will do here. But huge shout out to Alex. She didn't just take on h2 like a schmuck. She put the pawn on h5 to create a mating net, a trap, ensnaring her opponent and forcing her opponent to tie their pieces up into a pretzel. That's something I know Europeans understand. Where are my German viewers at? I know people were talking German in chat. If I just start speaking about pretzels and bratwursts, we might get their attention again. They might start responding in chat again. But white, their pieces are tied together. It's very difficult to move. This is the only move. Abandoning the h-pawn. If we take, there's just this annoying check now, unfortunately, which is why ideally our king would have been on g7. Chess Addict is from Germany. He understands. He said, oh, pieces in a pretzel, they can't move. They're tied together. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that's what the translation of Zugzwang is. I'm just kidding. I don't know many German words. Okay, so opponent finds only move, but question becomes, do they find the follow-up? And honestly, I think if you're put into enough pressure, you do sort of find good moves, unfortunately. Sort of out of necessity. So Alex's king should have been on g7. Alex needs to take on h2. Now there's no other move. Yeah, I mean, let's look at this together, shall we? Check. If we go up, yes, check. If we go up again, there's another check. If we go down again, check again. If we go up again, here they want king takes. Brutal, brutal stuff. Truly. It's a two-pawn advantage. What if we go here? This is terrible. My idea was to go here. g4. Oh. Oh, that's so gross. Oh, it's so gross. Here and there's this fork. Here and there's that fork. Oh. Disgusting. Ah. Okay. Alex has to take this pawn, though. There's no other move. But, okay, it's not easy to find all of this. I'm so curious. Like, what happens after this? Yeah, just wants a knight move in the center. So... check is so annoying. Yeah, you don't go here. And here there's this. And what did we even say? Just king takes. And then what? This is so brutal, dude. That's so brutal. Yeah, king takes. We can't go here anymore. And then just, like, we're trapped. And yeah, they just have 2 pawns, I guess. Yeah, they win this pawn is the idea, I suppose. Whoa, what are we doing? We've allowed h3. We didn't take our pawn. We're still down 2 pawns. And I mean, the king's not even a good defender. We can get checked. It's tough. It's tough. Did I win that poker game this morning, Bishop Stars? I got to the second to last table. I saw you there playing. Who am I? Yeah, I'm Joe. Hi. Hello, Destgen. Destgen, they're playing in Portugal. It's your home turf. Alex wants to give checkmate. Well, Alex is going to lose the opportunity to take this pawn. She built a zigzwang, but she let the opponent off the hook by planting the king on f7 instead of g7. There's like been a handful of these like king move. Like the king could have been on f8, right? Yeah, so h3, very smart. Very sad for us. Some would say it's a tough cookie. And I think Pizza made cookies earlier, but those looked very soft and fresh and warm. But if you leave those cookies out long enough, they become tough. So much like this pawn, it was fresh for the taking, but we moved the king, and now the cookie is no longer available. Does that make sense? I mean, I could just say that the pawn moved and we can't capture anymore, but people like food and sports. That's why all of our analogies are food and sport related, I guess. It's truly its own language. What's up, Tim? You woke up for work, Destgen. You're in time to see the witness the end of Alex's game here. Alex was winning. It's been a tough end game, to say the least. She is down 2 pawns. She could have taken one back just now, but I think she saw the knight check. Yeah, king f7 was unfortunate. I mean, it makes sense. You want to put the king more in the middle, but at the same time, you want to limit your opponent's checks. So king g7, there's no knight check. King f7, and there's a knight check. So she didn't take the pawn. She moved the king up to defend her pawn. And now she can't take the pawn anymore. So that's why we call it a tough cookie. Because she can't eat it anymore. And the opponent has 3 pawns to her 1. And will probably win her last pawn soon. With a rook check, presumably. It's not over yet, and it's certainly not Jover. Because it's not Jover until I say it's Jover. Phoebe's game was tougher. It was a tougher cookie. Like this at least Hey, Nicola, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Shout out to Nicola. So if this was a tough cookie for Alex, I think Alex got a couple bites out of the cookie. Maybe even like while it was still warm and soft. Phoebe, her cookie was like immediately hard. Like not very edible from the get-go. Like she maybe took one bite and then immediately regretted it. If we're putting games in terms of how good cookies are. Why are they buying these cookies? Well, Pizza Racer made cookies and they looked good. But these games were tough cookies. Although Alex, I think this is a good game regardless of what happens. Alex's game, like I said, she got some solid bites out of it. It turned tough at the end. So the time control, they get extra 30 minutes after move 40. And Alex used 80 plus minutes of her 90 minutes on the first, like, less than 20 moves. So she made like 20 moves with less than 10 minutes, basically. And in that time scramble, she ended up giving up some pawns. But she was ahead. She was winning. I mean, winning is a strong word, but she was ahead. She was up a pawn for sure. She could have had a much better position as well. Missed queenside castles. I mean, she saw it. She was just probably worried about nothing. I think if we interview Alex after the game, I'll be like, hey, did you see that queenside castle? And she's like, I know, I was thinking about it, but I just didn't do it for whatever reason. I was nervous and I was just thinking to be solid. And that's how they get you with the kingside castle, man. People always say, oh, kingside castle, it's faster, it's safer. It's just like, you got a queenside castle sometimes, you know? And that was that sometimes. Anyways, this is a tough spot. Tough spot to be in. Why not play knight f6? This is my question. What's wrong with knight f6? I guess you're getting checked. Is Tim playing tomorrow? That's awesome. Is Tim there? There could be cookie rating. Nick? Alright, what has she found? She moved her... Ladies and gentlemen, this is creativity and frankly a hint of desperation if I've ever seen it. This is a refusal to go down. This is Alex putting all of her thought and energy. This is so unfortunate. Okay, so she's gonna get checked, but she's gonna have a knight block still, at least. So the major idea, for those of you wondering why the opponent doesn't just take the knight, it's because this is mate. A nice little construction here, if you will. A good old-fashioned rook checkmate. So Alex is stalling the move. She's leaving the knight out like a piece of bait. She's fishing. It's like a fishing pole tactic. Oscar has 2 rounds to play tomorrow. Good luck, Oscar. Hello, Smickle. Don't allow any self-doubt talk from Alex. Of course. Okay. She's getting checked. Will she block with the knight? Or will she move the king? These are her only two options. But yeah, Destin, we're very proud of Alex. No one is allowed to speak poorly of her, even herself. You gained 1 elo. Let's go, Chess Addict. Okay, the knight block has been made. Alex has reeled in her line. No more fishing for now. Yeah, there's certainly tricks available still in this position. The knight is hanging for starters. The king and the knight are in an awkward spot here. It's going to be a while before our knight could even give any checks. Meanwhile, white is flexing that their knight can give a check immediately. I'm still trying to figure out if there's any mating patterns or nets or techniques that we can pull off here. Like, the king is obviously very short on squares. But even a check, like, the king can get shielded by the pawn. It's even with check. I mean, we could take, actually. Well, anyways, we don't have a check right now. But I do like king f5. King f5 looks very fun because we are attacking the knight, gaining ourselves a tempo. Could be fun. The knight could move again, or the rook could move up and try to get some discoveries. So king f5 is played. Facing a 2168 and a 2170. Oof. Those are some tough cookies. But you got this. If anyone can eat a tough cookie, it's Oscar. Oscar's not afraid of any cookies. Okay, opponent is lining up discovery checks with their rook. I can't believe Alex was really fishing for some checkmates there, man. That's funny. Props to Alex. No quit in this girl. She will fight you tooth and nail to the bitter end. She's pulling off all the tricks from her sleeves. Yeah, Alex down 2 pawns, but I mean she was making a lot out of nothing. She was trying. Yeah, h5 was great. h5 was really fun. And then to find rook f2 and then walk the king up, it was just, you know, it's like so many moments throughout the game. There's just like these 1 or 2 moves where she could just ever so slightly improve her accuracy, and over the course of the whole game it really adds up. There's so much to take away from this and to learn. I think, yeah, if there was one thing I'd point out to her, it's the queenside castle. There's like, she'll probably be upset. Queenside castle would have been so fun. It would have been so good. She's got to find another king move here. She goes back. Okay. I would have thought maybe going forward. Kind of weird and a little awkward, to be honest. But who knows? I don't know. Computer likes A4. Interestingly. I wonder if... I mean, we can't even really pin the knight to the rook because the knight can move and defend the rook, sadly. There's still a world where Alex draws this. Like, let's say you trade rooks and then you trade one pawn. You're still down 2 pawns. There's a world where she could win a pawn. She really needs to win a pawn, but she can like sack a piece for the last pawn or something, you know? And like knights are awkward pieces to push pawns. So yeah, if you trade knights, you still need to win a pawn, but even if you're down a pawn, if it's the A pawn or an H pawn, she could get the king in the corner and it's a draw. Which I think was like my prediction like 30 moves ago. Something crazy. We're on move 50 right now. So I don't think it was that long ago. Yeah, Destgen. It's late. I didn't realize how late. Okay, so Alex moved her king down. Opponent telegraphing for the knight. Knight's hopping in. Knight's probably looking for f4, if I had to guess. Alex might be losing another pawn. That's good, though, to not play for a draw. I like that. I feel like Alex's FIDE is not even that far off from mine. Who's playing? This is Asmoada, also known as Alex. She's a streamer. She's a good player. She is part Romanian and Portuguese, I believe. And she's playing in Portugal in a tournament called the Maia Chess Festival. And I believe she played in it last year as well. And she's returned bigger and stronger. And she's really testing her opponent to the limit, throwing everything she has at her, except the clock. Or her pieces. No, she's certainly thrown some pieces around, but not physically. Figuratively. And she lives in Belgium. Wow. Phoebe's opponent was from Belgium, apparently. And Alex's opponent is from Norway, which is a strong chess country. There's been some strong chess players from Norway, historically. All right, the knight's move. This is kind of sad. Low key. I think she's setting up more tricks. Let me look at what Alex is cooking here. So knight here, we're blocking the rook, but we're also abandoning the pawn. But don't let this fool you. It could all be part of Alex's play here. We have rook check. And if the king goes here, knight f6. Look at that. Check. And we pick that up. And we're threatening mate next. That'd be pretty cool. That'd be pretty nice. Okay, what's the problem, though? The problem is, after this check, the king can go to h6 or h4. So, even if our opponent was making moves at complete random chance, 2 of their 3 moves would be safe, only leaving us with a 33.3 repeating chance of potentially winning the rook. Opponent does take the pawn. Alex, I think, is most certainly going to give the check. Most certainly. I would be shocked if she doesn't. She has to give herself a chance. And this is what she's come up with. And we have to just hope. The 1 in 3. Come on. Alex officially down 3 pawns. The biggest material deficit of the game so far. No math. Okay. Never tell me the odds. I agree. Come on, Alex, give the check. There it is. There it is. Okay, moment of truth. Drum roll, please, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to witness a catastrophe of a blunder from our opponent. Look at this guy. Watching. Blunder time. Oh, so close. But not quite. What can we do? What can we do? That's a good question. Honestly, we're kind of in a pickle. Not gonna lie. Yeah, it was worth it. It was worth a shot. I mean, you gotta give yourself a chance to win. You're already down 3 pawns. What's the worst that can happen? Your opponent doesn't blunder. You're back in the same boat. Alright, she moves the king, attacking the knight. I fear our opponent will attack our rook with the move g4. To me, g4 looks like a strong move. Probably because it is. Because it attacks our rook. An opponent looks like they're going to play it. No, they're going to save the knight. Oh, but they hesitate. Yep. The classic. Classic. Okay, I know what I want to do, but I'm going to think a little bit longer. Wow, they didn't even think about g4. Honestly, I'm a little disappointed. They played knight f5. They're offering a trade. They're giving up a pawn here. Wait, actually, no, this is really smart because the knight's pinned. Shoot. We're going to have to trade rooks. We're going to have to play knight e7 or knight e3 or knight anywhere, I guess. She's going to have to... hope. That's the last tactic she's got for stalemate, basically. She's going to play like knight b4 or knight c3, trade rooks. Yeah, I don't know. She might resign. There it is. Dang. Derp knew. Derp might have even conjured it. Derp knew that was the moment to throw in the towel. But what a game from Alex. Obviously disappointed with the result, but you've got to commend the spirit, the effort, the tenacity, the audacity. I mean, throwing out every trick she had, giving up pawns just to deliver checkmate. No, Alex, please don't be sorry. In fact, quite the opposite. It was a treat to be able to witness your strength and your spirit, your willingness to fight till the end, to never give up. I mean, you even created chances seemingly out of thin air. It looked like all hope was lost, but you found this counterplay at the end with your passed d-pawn, your rook and knight were working together. You were coming up with mating nets. You put your opponent into like this zigzwang. The technique just wasn't quite there, but very inspiring stuff. Awesome game. Like, this is a game I think you should be proud of. And I know it wasn't perfect, but to even have a better position is already very inspiring. It's just the conversion and the technique and the speed for sure, like you mentioned. I'm happy to hop on a call if you want to, but I know it's late, so just let me know. Otherwise, I think we're going to end it here and find someone to raid. But yeah, I would love to hop on really quick if you have time. So let us know. And everyone's very proud of you. It was very exciting to watch to the very end. Okay, smart choice, Alex. Please get some rest. Thanks again. Very fun to watch. Great start, even if you didn't win. Very promising and lots to learn from. If there was one move I would tell you about, and I'm sure you already thought about it, I would recommend queenside castling instead of kingside. If you queenside castle there, they don't ever play knight d6. Your rook is already on the d file, and you have threats that they have to react to. You kingside castle, they play knight d6, and your rook ends up on b8, and their pieces are just annoying, and you're being passive. It didn't even cross your mind. That surprises me. But yeah, and knight d7 obviously was a blunder because they get their rook in. They trade their bishop for your knight. They get the rook into the 7th, and of course it's kind of downhill from there. But even still, you didn't give up. You fought hard, and you made it tricky to the very end. And there's a couple maybe little things here or there, but for now, I think just focus on getting your rest. It was a good game, and you're a challenging opponent. You didn't make it easy, not for a single move. Your opponent had to really dig deep to play accurately to beat you, and that's a really good thing. So excited to see what you do with the rest of the rounds. So definitely get some rest, and thanks again for playing such awesome fighting chess. And I think you've made a lot of fans, and a lot of people are still going to root for you, and we're excited to tune in for your future rounds. So thanks again for having me. Really appreciate it. Thanks everyone else for being here, and we're going to find someone to send you all off on a raid to. So stick around, or, head to bed. I guess is also fairly reasonable. I think there's Eskia is still commentating. So let's go see. I'm gonna rate Eskia. You guys, I don't know if Alex is gonna rate her channel, but yeah, I'm gonna head out. Thanks again, and good luck in the rest of your games, Alex. All right, take care, everyone. Thanks for being here, and I'll see y'all later. Bye.